I've been muted! I'm muted! Great way to start this. Alright, ignore everything that happened, chat. Hello, how are we? Welcome back. We're doing the Dark Souls lore play today. How are you all? Hello, Boltoy, good to see you. Thank you guys for telling me that I was muted. Again, I'm very sorry about all that. What a terrible start to the stream. Yep. Good to see all of you. But yeah, it is time. Seath has lived for too long. That lizard must perish. And so, we're gonna go kill him. With a knife. This is not gonna work well, I can already foresee. Probably this knife will be better, right? Probably. Let's get this off. Ay, 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 ay. I hope we're all doing swell today, ready for some Lord Soul hunting. Let's see if I can still do this. Oh, well, that was too early. Listen, it's okay. Listen, we're just a little rusty. Ow, ow. Just a little rusty, okay? There we go. Just a little rust. Beautiful. Now, before I forget, let me do something real quick for you all. Make sure that, there we go. Much better. Much better. Oh, wait, whoops. If I can still control everything, there we go. Controller? There we go. Woo! So how was the Dark Souls flower lore that was mentioned yesterday? It doesn't seem to be too strong, but again, this is gonna be I'm gonna focus on the lore play today, so I'm not gonna answer too many questions outside regarding that, okay? So, just to keep things on topic. Ow. Damn, I thought I could dodge roll after getting the 2 hits in. There we go. We're gonna have to fight a lot of these guys in the battles ahead, so... There we go. See, I can get the 2 hits in and then dodge. Just gotta be early enough. Yeah, honestly, this is faster. Now, as we head to the back of the Grand Archives, we come and face Crystal Cave. Now, recall from our last episode, we were talking about how Seath was going through with the primordial crystal in order to study the effects of crystallization, which would be a type of mineralization related to his Moonlight affinity specifically, as he is, of course, a unique archdragon in that regard with his crystal shtick. Oh. Now, the primordial crystal, of course, seemingly coming from very, very early on in time, based on the name. Perhaps you might even say the first crystal ever to come into existence. Now, we'll talk a bit more about this when we actually get to the primordial crystal. But Seath, after receiving many, many privileges as a duke... Oh! Well, first death of the run. Seath would be very upset you called him a lizard after all the hard work he puts into being like all the other dragons. Well, you know what? He's gonna be dead soon anyway, so what does he care? But suffice to say, Seath, with his powers, has been experimenting. He's been trying to understand why he doesn't have scales and how he can fix that dilemma. That terrible scaleless dilemma. Over the course of his experiments, we've pointed out how he would occasionally abduct a human during the heyday of the gods when he was ostensibly sane. Right? There would be some old noble line of knights or something who would be visiting in Orlando, and he would just, you know, just casually abduct them on the down low. Do some quick human experimentation just to see the effects of his research on a live subject, and then move on with his life. Who's gonna notice? It's just one old noble family of humans that probably live in the bumfuck nowhere, right? So no problems there. Okay. Well, as time went on, eventually, Seath suddenly snaps one day and decides he's going to do some mass human experimentation. As we talked about, he took the Holy Woman of Guinevere. Now we'll talk again more about why over the course of this episode. But to keep things simple for the recap, good old Seath had all the snake men that he created go to the effort of trying to create a prison to house these holy women. And soon, this entire library tower got converted to that purpose. There we go. Got some blue Titanite chunk. Good. Now the blue, blue. Now, with the creation of the tower and everything, Seath's madness has become public knowledge because he was just abducting too many people. You know, when you kind of abduct the princess's attendants, essentially, and her, or slash priesthood. It's kind of inevitable that everyone finds out, right? And we showed how there was some evidence of conflict outside in Orlando, as essentially Seath confined himself to his research laboratory that was the archives, the gods' archives. Again, the gods' library. Oh, that was close. And by the time that the gods were done, they had basically accomplished nothing in terms of getting rid of him. And so Seath has been allowed to continue with his madness, essentially unabated within his castle. And in more recent times, as we have seen, he has begun abducting people down in the Undead Burg, where all the humans are gathering from the land of man, the world of man. All their undead being forced into this rather massive town for them to live in. And Seath's like, ooh, I can send my eyes and legs, my channelers, my evangelists, over to there. Now, again, the fact that Seath has evangelists is very important, as it establishes him as, yeah, we don't need to deal with these guys, so we'll ignore him, as one of the quote-unquote gods. He has people who are spreading his mad faith. We can see this, of course, in the Undead Parish, with the one evangelist, who is, of course, teaching an entire congregation of undead, who seem to have tried to find sanctuary there. And he's taken advantage of the chaos that, if you may recall, were signs was perhaps started by a faction related to Seath, namely with the wooden shield bearing a white dragon on its surface. And, of course, as we later see, a wielder of that shield is a man wearing militia men-style leather uniform, you know, something more for, like, irregular army than compared to the Burg's, you know, metal-armored regulars, who might have converted to the worship of Seath, and in the case of the one who joins Lautrec, is probably in Anne Orlando for the purpose of trying to meet him. Could even say the same thing about the third... Whoop! The third sealer of New Londo, who we also see has abandoned his duty, along with his mask representing that duty as a sealer. And also gone to Anne Orlando, and of course ultimately helps out Lautrec during that wonderful episode we had. Looking there. See, let's see. He'd prefer Drake than, I'd imagine. Yeah! He'd probably prefer being called a Drake than a lizard. But as we know, I want Drake to become the slur for all those filthy, stinking drakes in Elden Ring. So that way they can all be called wyverns. Because why the hell are they not just called wyverns? Why are they called flying dragons? It's awful. Why are we calling ancient dragons ancient dragons? You called the March Dragons Dark Souls 3, right? So, again, that is a complaint for another day. Now, as we come deeper into this crystal cave, we can see that it's very much a cave. There's a hole that's leading down deeper underground with all these crystals formed. Now, some of these crystals, due to the nature of the magic that they are, actually are invisible. They are these blue and white crystals here, but because they are fundamentally light magic, Moonlight specifically, but light magic nonetheless, we can see how they can be used in order to simply disappear. Now, because they have mineral properties, that seems to be the reason why, unlike, say, if we used a invisibility spell from, say, illusory light sorcery, we would technically disappear if we were to have true invisibility. We can see how, much like Priscilla, who again is a half-dragon, the mineral element seems to be able to get away with invisibility without denying itself as existence. Because rock, being the primordial element, is existence itself. So you cannot negate what exists. We can also see this association with moonlight magic with the moonlight butterflies. Again, recall in Darkroot Garden how many of these butterflies would remain inside. The one moonlight butterfly we would meet in Darkroot Garden would stay in an area where it could essentially absorb the moonlight through that disc. And that would be channeled, as we can see, into this antenna, which it uses to direct its sorcery magic that it shoots at us along with the disc. So this artificial creation of Seath in Moonlight Garden likes the moon, and we can see how these crystals, which again are all presumably infused with the same moonlight crystallization, also like to hang around here and just kind of absorb the atmosphere. The scale complex Seath will never achieve lizardhood. Where do you get those chancellors? The channelers, or evangelists, that Seath has, seem to just be his human worshippers. Again, recall from past episodes how we talked about how the gods seem to each have their own individual cults with their own type of priesthood. For Guinevere, it's an all-female priesthood of holy women, or saints, or saintesses, however you want to put it. Again, Dark Souls 1 localization goes with the term maiden, but they're very inconsistent throughout the games. The idea, of course, with say, Velka, is she has her own cadre of priests. Gwyndolin has his priests, hence the Dark Moon priest ring, not a seance ring. Again, we'll talk more about that when we get back to Gwyndolin. And so the same is true for Seath. The evangelists seem to be his method of priesthood. Again, we have the idea that they have multiple eyes to represent how they are Seath's eyes, not that Seath is literally blind, as we've talked about. Again, that is a bit of a misunderstanding of the text, in the same way that another object, I believe his leggings or his armor piece, cannot remember off the top of my head, mentions how Seath cannot move. Obviously, Seath is perfectly capable of movement. It is clearly talking in the context that Seath cannot move from where he is doing his research at the academy, and he cannot see from where he is doing his research at, sorry, not the academy, at the archive, and he cannot do the same with seeing. He cannot see the specimens that he wants to abduct. Oops. Oh, that's gonna suck. He does not see the specimens he wishes to abduct. Oh, now you die! From where he is standing, so he sends out his human worshippers, who are his fanatical cult, and they will collect the specimens on his behalf and bring them back to the archive. We can, of course, see this most obviously with Rhea. If Rhea survives and is defeated, if Rhea survives multiple boss fights that we fight, which helps denote a large amount of time that has passed for the game. Assuming that that occurs, Rhea will be abducted. A good hint to this is how the channeler, who we can kill at Undead Parish, if left not to kill, will be standing over sight of Rhea where she prays at the church, sort of giving the indication of he is watching her and would kidnap her in the future. Though obviously, whether or not we kill him, she will still be abducted. So again, this is not something where we can, quote-unquote, save Rhea. There we go. I think we can get away from this guy, so we should be safe. Now, back onto the topic. Seath's research, of course, into madness does not, of course, just involve human experimentation, though. He has always been obsessed to an unnatural degree with his scaleless problem. It is just that it was not necessarily obvious to everyone. So while oftentimes Seath's madness is attributed to the idea that he's just crazy. We can see that he's still very much rational. He has a framework with which he is working with, and whether or not that framework is wholly rational, it is still something that we can at least follow, and is not just sort of like random chaos. Before the Elden Ring meme. The goal with Seath, therefore, is very much sane. His madness is more so a madness to others because of the moral implications. Obviously, the gods are very much against simply wholesale murder, unless it is somehow justified, and with the gods it's usually justified, but the point being is that they can't just get away with randomly kidnapping and experimenting on people. That's a big no-no that is considered morally reprehensible by most people, especially in God-fearing society. Because of this, Seath has been basically only occasionally abducting people, and instead creating things like the Moonlight Butterfly, or a Crystal Golem, and the Snake Men, in order to help understand his issue. But eventually, he would have to test this on living things before he can test it, obviously, on himself. That is, of course, a logical thing to do, and the only questionable aspect you could say is, did he really need to get fully sentient creatures? But hey, he's a fully sentient creature, so, you know, probably want to get something as close to the thing as possible, right? Not many other scaleless dragons he can use. Oh boy, this is going to be a toughie, chat. Yep, that's going to be a toughie. This is going to be the norm, chat. I don't remember if there's a special item off the top of my head if we kill him. I'm going to assume no, though, so let's see if we can maybe skip around him. Now again, Seath was of course hiding the less moral aspects of his research by the fact that he put them in mimics, which, as we've established many times throughout our journey from Sen's Fortress through Anor Londo, that mimics are used as a type of security chest. They tend to serve the purpose of trying to either lock away something that the owner considers particularly important, or, sometimes in a dual case, to hide that thing from prying eyes. You don't want others around you to know that you own this thing or possess this thing, so you put it inside a mimic, so that way if anyone tries to get it, well, they get a nice good old chomp. For Seath in particular, we can see that he seems to have a particular desire to hide things that he's experimented on, whether it be a scimitar with magic, or a shield with crystal, that belong to, of course, humans. Some of these things might even be dangerous to Seath, especially, like, say, the magic scimitar. Because, again, Seath has no scales, therefore he doesn't have the same protection from slashing weapons that would flay skin. Alright, keep going. Ayo! Hello, Nobre. Welcome to the chat. Oh! Well, this is what happens when I look at the chat! So does Havel really hate Seath? Yes. When the game tells you that Havel hates Seath, it means that he hates Seath. Now that's actually a good point to actually bring up with Havel, again. Now, Seath wasn't, of course, always with the gods. Originally, he was on the side of the ancient dragons, the archdragons, again, to keep it consistent with Dark Souls 3's terminology, back during the war. So, while the dragon hunts were going on, we have Havel, a knight of Anor Londo, who is fighting like many of the Silver Knights in Anor Londo. But there's a problem. They don't just deal with fire-breathing dragons. They also got this crystal-breathing dragon, or at the very least, a magic-breathing dragon. You could argue whether or not Seath may have had his crystal breath at the time, but the point is that ultimately, lots of sorcery is being used against them, and that's a lot of magic damage that, you know what, knights in metal armor aren't necessarily equipped to deal with. And so Havel likely after losing many a comrade, hated this so much after surviving such ordeals that he created new magic. These miracles, such as magic barrier, well, great magic barrier specifically, which would later be simplified into magic barrier by the way of white, would be used in order to help give him more resistance to sea sorcery. And of course, he would wear solid rock armor with a rock shield and just take a archdragon's tooth and just use that to bash people with it instead. Because for him, going full heavy was the best and safest option of dealing with Seath's magic, because he clearly never wanted to be hard countered by that again. Dude took PvP very seriously. There we go. Oh yeah, look, I found it really confusing the thing you said at A's epilogue regarding Neofog being a mirror. We'll talk about that more towards the end, no Bray. That's not really appropriate for this episode. But yes, the final epilogue for Abyssal Archive is going into the weeds with some of the deepest lore, so I understand if it might be a little bit confusing. Alright, I think we can skip this, so... Now, because of this beautiful... invisibility. Okay, that was me. That was just me being an idiot. Me thinking I can put this on my top bar. Silly Loki. Now, because of Seath's insanity and being locked away at the archive, which is, interestingly enough, considered a castle, which, hey, you know, to be fair, it's got walls, it's not the easiest thing to enter, so sure enough. Anyway, the point is that for Seath now holed up in his castle, he needs, of course, to get his specimens still. Undead Burg has a good supply. We also, of course, see his influence in Darkroot Garden, with his various servants from the Crystal Golems, and the like. Again, you could argue this is because he is specifically interested in aspects of Ulasil, which we will probably talk about more this episode if we get to the DLC today. Which, at this rate, who knows, right? But moving right along with that idea, we can see how Dusk, of course, ends up getting abducted because of the whole flow of time is stagnant. We have Crystal Golems who seem to be slipping into the past of Ulasil's period where we experience in the DLC, though of course we get there by different means than just fortuitous time stagnation slipping us through centuries ago. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's not the intended. Alright. Where does it... over there. Okay, so... I think we need to get past this buzzo first. I think we'll be fine. Please be right. I'm wrong! Not right! Oh boy. VOD viewers, skip ahead! 3 hours! But yes, Seath going down over to Ulasil and things, maybe specifically interested in the magic of Ulasil, which could potentially help. They were an advanced sorcery civilization. So he may have been like, hey, you know what? Maybe I could send some guys down there and check it out. As we can see, characters like Dusk might get abducted, but we'll talk more about that when we get into the DLC, about what happened with Seath and his crystal golems there. About the crossbow we find in the archive, I forgot the name. Ah, yes, Aveline. Again, we've talked about this in a past episode, but there is connections, of course, between Aveline and Domhall. Again, the idea being that Domhall essentially left Aveline behind in order to pick up in its place the crystal weapons that he loves to sell to us now. And being Domhall, he decides he's going to leave his weapon in a chest atop a bookshelf, a bizarre location, because Domhall is just a bizarre person that likes getting into unusual places just for the fun of it. A curious curio seller and curio collector. Hey, what about us who can't skip? Well, sorry, you're stuck with me. Sorry, Xavier, you're stuck here watching the stream and watching my stupidity. I can't help you there. So you should have been like all the European dragons and made kidnapping an expectation. Listen, Seath is just actually living out his heritage. You can't hate him, okay? Nope. I'm like, is it right next to the corpse? Loki's tricking the VOD viewers. You missed the lore if you actually take his advice. Yes. The goal of this is actually to make you guys not read the lore, so you'll buy my book, which, by the way, is called Abyssal Archive. The most complete, consistent, and comprehensible account of Dark Souls ever to be put to paper. The original Dark Souls, mind you. Not Dark Souls 2 or 3 quite yet, but you never know, that could happen in the future. Because you guys have been supporting me so much that we have a second print of the book, and also an audiobook version now, narrated by the fandom's own Vati Vidya. Now Vati, being the wonderful narrator that he is, was able to go through and read all that text for you, and say it out loud in his silky, silky voice, so that you don't have to. You can just listen to him as you go to bed each night. Read you a bedtime story of Dark Souls lore. Truly, it is an honor to have Vati work with me on this project and to narrate the audiobook. It is an amazing product, so for those who, again, are not interested in a physical copy of Abyssal Archive, because I can understand that it's a bit of a collector's item and can be a bit pricey, that you can simply purchase either the digital version, which is of course much cheaper, or the audiobook, which will let you not even have to read it. You can just listen to it on the background. It's great. Now, I personally would still recommend having at least the digital copy, because you can have all the handy margin notes on the side. But try it out. Feel free to take a look, get a sample, and it might be for you. If you like what I've been talking about here, this entire playlist of lore play, you know, read it from the horse's mouth directly, because I can promise you it's probably better reading it on paper than hearing me just rant while playing a video game. Because we all know how I get easily distracted. I'm gonna kill you so I don't have to worry about you. There we go. Listen, man, I only have so much space. Oh. Well, there we go. I only had so much space, my man. Does the audiobook have a blooper section? Not to my knowledge. Mr. Loki, what if I want to read the Demon Souls lore? Well, I also have a book for that. That is Demonic Archive, which also has recently gone up for pre-order. Now, it's not quite out quite yet, though those of you who pre-ordered early were able to get a copy of the digital version in order to read for yourselves. But you can also pre-order that if Demon Souls is more your jive. It's the same quality as the Abyssal Archive, in my opinion. Only thing it's missing really is a prologue and an epilogue, but for those of you who just want to get straight into it, maybe that's not so bad. Again, if you've read Abyssal Archive, you're probably familiar with my methodology anyway. Either way, because this is the Dark Souls lore play, I'm going to be shilling for my Dark Souls book. But if you guys really like this lore play, which is a lot of you seem to, I am more than happy to do the same thing for Demon Souls in the future. Well, I can't wait to get to this area in my playthrough. Yeah! This one's a fun experience. Well, okay, to be fair, that's me screwing up. Alright, chat. We're gonna save myself some time here. Duke's Archives map. Cheating! Ree! He's cheating! Oh, no, wait. Crystal Cave. Dark Souls map. He's cheating! Cheating! Ah, okay. I'm just fooling myself. Okay, I was going the wrong way the whole time. Good to know. Good to know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. I don't know about you, but I see just a white screen. Whoopsie. It's okay. It's okay, we can restart this. I can fix it. Are you going for the blue Titanite slab? No, I am not, Night Scout. Loki, how can I trust you on the lore if you don't know this game by heart? I know, fake player. It's okay, guys. We will solve this issue post-haste for you. There we go. Mr. Loki, what if I want to read the entirety of DS2 lore so that I can see its inconsistencies and try to fix it? Well, you know what, Nobre? Right now, I have nothing available for you for your bookshelf, but you can always just check out my website. Check the link in the description. I can promise you that with my website, you will be able to at least find analyses on most of Dark Souls 2, though it is not yet complete. Though again, if you guys are interested in a more comprehensive book on that subject, which apparently you all are, I am more than happy to work on that in the future. Again, your support for Abyssal Archive is very much appreciated. It allows future projects like this to occur. Seath hacked the stream. Yeah, he's hacked the stream. He was like, no, I shall not die! Immortality is forever! Alright, everybody. Let's find that handsome individual who's trying to go kill a dragon and save the princess, who's totally not an illusion. Distant Ilium Lois crying noises. Now again, I think we have more or less finished with all the recap. So, now that Seath is done, we can go back and talk about good old Logan. Now again, if you recall, Logan's over there in the other room, going a little crazy, as he has been so desperate to find Seath's work, his research. And now that he has it, and he's able to study it so much, he's become so engrossed that he's sort of losing touch with his surroundings, even more so than usual. And his sense of reality, and more importantly, morality, is slipping with it. We, of course, will see the end result of that as we continue with our journey. But suffice to say that Logan, who is a very wise and experienced man, he, among an entire world filled with God-fearing individuals, says, to hell with the gods, there is no such thing as a divine mystery. There are no secrets known only to gods. We are men, and we have the capacity to reason, and with our intelligence, we are capable of figuring out all the secrets that the gods possess. Now, that being the case, there we go. Now, that being the case, Logan has, of course, become a bit of a pariah. There are signs, of course, in his earlier life having gone to war, specifically against the Way of White. Hence why the Way of White felt the need to simplify magic like Great Magic Barrier from Havel's priesthood and worshippers in order to make it so that way most of man, namely the Way of White's army, could deal with it. Now, this war between Vinheim and Thorland seems to have more or less ended in a stalemate, but as a result, Logan has more or less been shoved to the side, though, as we've talked about previously, he has some royal connections, which we'll talk more about very soon in the future. These royal connections serve a very important purpose of explaining why he seems to simply not be executed, killed, or dealt with any more harshly. He's ultimately someone who's well-connected and does some good work with his research, though apparently the people of Vinheim realized that too late when Logan left as an undead after dying of old age. Oh. Whoop. Oh no, this is a death zone. Ended up dying of old age and took all his research with him. Of course, we see how Vinheim here, through different spells, is interested in getting into the Duke's archives. Again, recall over at that scaling Ariandel's painting room. The art gallery was not just Berenike Knights, but also... Oh boy, these guys are not dying to this thing anytime soon. Oh! Alright. These guys are not dying anytime soon. Anyway, so not just Berenike Knights, but also a sorcerer swordsman of Vinheim on a special mission. Seath is the princess. He fooled all the knights to come save her in order to get more experiment subjects. Honestly, Seath in a Princess Peach dress would actually be hilarious. So I want that to be canon. Since no one but Seath ever seems associated with crystals, do you think that improves the odds he took it from the dragons or discovered it? The latter, because the Seath's crystallization powers are unique to his Moonlight affinity. Again, as we talked about in the past, the idea of magical affinities reflecting onto the dragons to varying degrees, along with other factors of the soul like emotion, see the Gaping Dragon. In the case of Seath, because of his Moonlight power that he possesses, he has produced these crystallizations, because Moonlight is ultimately the intersection of sunlight with mineral rock, i.e. the primordial element. So you combine rock with sunlight and you get Moonlight. So again, the moon, in a general sense, is a representation of Earth and the primordial element of rock. Whereas, of course, sunlight is essentially the original light symbolic of the first flame. So for Seath, wanting the primordial crystal, and again, we talked about how it doesn't actually say, like the English claims, he pillaged the crystal. Rather, it merely claims that he acquired it by defeating the dragons. So again, it seems much more of the case from what we talked about earlier of Seath participating in the war on the side of the dragons, and then at the end, so again, all the other lords are fighting, they're using their unique powers in order to defeat the dragons, and then, in the end, Seath's betrayal helped finish off the war, which again is a huge explanation for why Gwyn seems to be showering Seath with so many titles and accolades. Because, as we will see when we get to the DLC, the dragons are not an easy foe to beat, despite all the advantages that the gods had, including, say, having lightning that can pierce through their stone scales. And so, a betrayal from Seath, and the body count that we see in the cinematic showcases just how special his help was, and likely saved countless lives. The crystal seems to be more, based on all indications, is the first crystal which formed in existence, and again, with this idea of sunlight, i.e. the first flame. Oh, I think I'm gonna... I have to go a little bit faster with these guys in order to get them to, you know, not get in the boss arena. Anyway, so sunlight combined with this moon, which would be rock. So we have the idea of fire in the first flame in the rock environment of the world. Suddenly explodes onto the scene. Ooh, I don't know if I can do this fast enough. Let's see. There we go. And forms the first crystal. The original primordial primal crystal. As we can see, it even has a bit of a spindly form, almost resembling a bit of like a lick of flame. Now, because Seath has bonded himself to this crystal, and is using the overwhelming life energies, which again would be consistent with a crystallized form of the first flame's fire, in order to essentially automatically heal any wound, even the most fatal of wounds which are dealt to him. We can see how he wants to protect it. Now, if you paid close attention, you may have noticed oh, that Seath actually, oh, can you stop, buddy? Stupid, stupid shell man. We'll talk about them next when I inevitably die. But anyway, suffice to say, you may also notice that when the crystal was destroyed, it actually, quote-unquote, bleeds a black mist, similar to the Black Knights, who, of course, are burned by fire to ash. Get used to this, chat, because we're going for the tail. Yeah, we're cutting the tail. But now we don't have to worry about the stupid clamshell getting in the way, so that's good. Now we'll have a boss fog. So again, this idea that, again, a crystal forming near the first flame means that it is more likely something that the gods had possessed, like many other treasures that they owned. And so Seath's secret treasure is in fact something he acquired along with his title and many other things from the gods of Anor Londo, who again, as we see from the kiln of the first flame, as we will get to the end of the game, are very much familiar with the location where the first flame is, and are very liable to find and collect that more so than any dragons, who again are immortal and are characterized by immovable, unchanging rock, which by its nature does not care to pursue disparity to the same extent that true life does. Living things of flesh. Again, we can see Seath as an exception of this because he lacks his scales due to his unique magical affinity. The result of all this is simply to say that Seath has been very desperate to find a way to cure his dilemma, and has looked everywhere, including the origin of all crystals, the origin of fire, the origin of dragons, rock, scales, disparity, souls, all these things, and has been trying to combine different means of mineralization with light magic in order to produce some stone scales on his body. Now, in the course of these experiments, we can see that the man-eater shells, or as I've talked about before, five-legged bivalves, in reference to the bivalve species of oysters. These very curious enemies that we find native to Ash Lake. They love to dig in the sand, sort of just sit there. But they have this peculiar thing where, rather than just, say, a grain of sand turning into a pearl when they are, when it gets inside their mouth, we can see that people will also be turned into pearls of sorts. This is the reason why these enemies will drop purging stones, which, if you recall, are supposed to be stones that our store invented in Kareem, seemingly by using live human souls and bodies. Damn. This is why I don't like you. In order to divert curses into another medium. Now, these bivalves, of course, have no obvious connection to our store, and instead, it seems to be a natural byproduct in the same way that a mineralization/crystallization of sand grains getting layered in lacquer to form pearls is done with real-life oysters. And of course, in Dark Souls 3, we do see that these five-legged bivalves are perfectly capable of producing ordinary pearls, so we know that they are able to perform the same processes. So, much like how we have pearls, we can see how people who are eaten or otherwise somehow get inside the mouths of these oysters are transformed into essentially a mineral rock, which we can use, of course, to divert curses. But as we see in their mouths, seems to more or less turn them into a nice little skull pearl. This isn't the remaster, right? Correct, this is not the remaster. I am playing the original Dark Souls Prepare to Die edition, so... Again, do not worry that anything that I'm talking about will be based on any of the retextures or new effects that were created by the developers, the developers who worked on the remaster. If the gods had the crystal first, why would they never dabble in the crystal arts themselves and leave that entirety to Seath? Why would they? Again, sure, they could have, but why not? They are all about their sunlight magic. Everything they do involves the sunlight magic. And when it's not sunlight, it's some derivative of holy magic. Again, we can actually see, of course, Seath has shared some of his works on crystallization with the gods. See the giant blacksmith, who, of course, sent us searching for that lovely crystal ember of his. There we go. Let me just pick that up. But again, the gods also had access to dragons. Why didn't they do more with dragons? We see the iron golem being used with a dragon bow. Why not do more stuff with that? Because it's just not up in their area of interest too much. It's not that complicated. They had that crystal. It's a nice treasure to have. If they were studying it, they clearly made no headway. And then Seath comes around and he really wants stuff like that. Okay, so let him have it. Better than us having it sit over in some treasure vault somewhere. Now, again, I'm not going to be bothering with these guys, because clearly trying to get one at a time is far too difficult. And they're just generally a nuisance. Let's just go through the fog wall. Now, Seath is big. Very big. So getting his tail's a bit of a pain in the ass, especially with a tiny knife. Damn. Stupid freaking Seath. Damn. This is gonna take us a while, chat. For reasons like that. Can you stop spinning? Alright, we're gonna go this way real quick. Ah! There goes the curse. Seath has caused the death of all the creatures that could have made fun of him, yet he internalized his difference so hard it turned him mad. Yes, essentially, that would be the narrative theme with him. So did Seath achieve immortality? So far as he was able to bond himself to the crystal to heal himself, he became, to an extent, immortal. Well, I have good news and bad news, chat. The bad news is, I don't have a purging stone. The good news is, we know where we can get one. Let's go to Firelink Shrine. Best way to cut the tails to let Seath break his own crystal? Yeah, I could see that. The problem is, it can be inconsistent, depending on what attack he uses. And having to go through it, potentially, if he does, say, the area of effect instead. Oh, wait, no, that's not where the lady is. Don't worry, look, I'm also struggling fighting a boss. I'm not struggling. It's not the boss which is the problem, it's the tail. I want that tail. We're gonna get a few of these, stock up on them, so that way we don't have to worry about this in the future. Worst case scenario, though, I put on the Havel armor, and we just go ham. Thank goodness you still have these. Yeah. That's not enough. Give me the good shit. There we go. Alright. Watch, I never need this again now that I'm wasting all my souls on it. Get two more. See, it usually starts with the vertical theme when he slides towards you. Yeah, usually. I've definitely had cases, though, where he doesn't, so... Again, we'll try it this time, and if it works, it works. But I'm not gonna, like, try to commit to it consistently if he starts not committing to consistency himself. Go for the most poise you can get, for sure. Again, we have done well with role-playing our little thief man with a knife. But at some point, just gotta just go with poise. Poise and curse resistance. Oh. Not you. Not you. Alright, and now we go back. We'll talk to you in the future, Sigmire, I'm sure. Or is it Siegland? Can't tell with you both in the armor. Alright, Duke's Archives. Has to be the tip of the tail. Yeah, I know. Bit difficult to try to get at the tip because, well, he moves so much, but yeah. Trying to go for there. Not always the easiest thing. Just a little bit of damage. Also, let's make sure my rings are correct. Is there anything I want besides this? Not really, right? Yeah. Thankfully, the run back is not that bad once you know it. There we go. There we go. Now again, back on the subject of wonderful oysters, we can see how Seath looks to have collected the 5-legged bivalves from Ash Lake, essentially, where they appear to be native, and has used them, again, as part of the taking and using humans for his experiments. Just throw some humans to the bivalves, let them turn them into pearls, and study how they manage to petrify the body and crystallize it into what we can use as a curse-relieving stone, which obviously for Seath is not necessarily the most important thing to him. It's just, he's just trying to understand how he can possibly replicate that natural process for himself, but specifically, of course, with stone scales. So we can see that the man has certainly, well, man, quote-unquote, has certainly done everything in his power to get what he wants. As brought up earlier, at the expense of pretty much everything else, despite the fact that he has more or less taken out any of those who might chastise him for this, though there's no evidence that the dragons ever did that anyway. Alright, let's try. So close, chat. So close. Damn. Ah, of course! I overshot it. As we, of course, have witnessed for ourselves, Seath is able to cause others to petrify. With his crystallization breath. Don't worry, chat. Once we get the tail off, this fight's easy. Damn. That was the perfect chance to get one hit in. Just beat my boss, it's your turn, Loki? Yeah, we'll see about that. Yo, stop clipping. Stop clipping, asshole. Oh my. Get over here! Come on. This is not gonna work, but... Come on. Come on, get out of the corner. Get out of the corner, you. Do you have any interest in the Dragon of Ash Lake? We don't have much evidence that he was even aware of the Dragon of Ash Lake. Otherwise, he probably would have collected it as a specimen. Get over! Come on. Come on. There. Considering Vilk is associated with the Purging Monument in Dark Souls 3, do you think she worked with him to invent the Purging Stones? I would cite Dark Souls 3's Purging Monument as an example of Velka working closely with our store. There's plenty of other examples in just Dark Souls 1 and Kareem to support that notion. But if the question is, did she cooperate with him in its invention, it's possible that she did. But from what we see, our store is generally interested in some of the more depraved and grim elements that he could invent either personally or through proxies again. So a good example of this would be the Shotel, which is used, of course, to get around shields and things of that nature, which again is another one of his inventions. So again, I don't think it's necessarily to say that Velka had to be directly involved to help him produce these things, though it's certainly possible. Your damage output is very low. Yep, it's a knife. Knife problems. Why this wumpy donkey warping dagger, Loki? Use the Tooth of Havel. This is a knife run, chat. We can't not commit now. That said, the Havel armor is looking more and more like an awesome option to try out. Oh! There we go. In worst case scenario, chat, you guys are, of course, familiar with the weapon, and we can always skip it. It's not like it's absolutely necessary that we get the tail, but I'm stubborn, so we're gonna go for a few more times at least. Havel armor propaganda, Loki. Listen, it's just really good for this fight, okay? It's, like, really good. Do I have it on me right now? I do not. I know I picked it up. I probably put it away, knowing me, in my storage. Stone Helm is not that bad either. But it doesn't have the curse resistance, which is the problem. Yeah, we'll have to think about it, maybe for next go round. But yeah, once we get the tail, the fight itself will be easy. Loki, join the dark side. Become what many could not have. Become flipping Havel. No, I think we will shall resist it for at least one more fight, Nobre. If you think Velka and Seath are Priscilla's parents, that seems like a more probable invention of purging stones well before our store's possible birth. Again, the purging stone is not a particularly unique creation. It is simply the idea that you turn a person to stone, and so then they are used as a substitute for yourself because they have a human soul, so instead of your soul getting inflicted by the curse, it is their soul. So it doesn't really require much anyone to intentionally invent anything. As far as, like, characters before our store. So again, could Velka have, through a relationship with Seath, been aware of the creation of the, using humans to create stones, which could be used as potential substitutes for, curses in Dark Souls 1, and that carried over into other areas which would later be elaborated upon into Dark Souls 3? Certainly. Could that have also carried on into assisting our store, while she was, of course, patron god there at Karim, with his own invention of the stones, which again, as Dark Souls 3 would reveal, would definitely predate our store. It's possible. But I don't think it's strictly necessary. So I would say that it could go either way there. Like, it's nothing, I would say it's nothing of import in either case. But sure, if you want to, if I wanted to make that argument for the relationship with Seath and Velka, sure, maybe. I still think it's strictly needed for that. Alright. Come on, boyo. Yeah. Yeah, come a little over to the left side so we can run over to the right if necessary. Yes. Come on. Do it. Damn. So close. I just don't got the reach. Oh, come on! That lack of reach really does suck. Oh god, no. Night Scout, this is not the Dark Souls 3 lore play. I will not be answering more questions on Dark Souls 3 on that, thank you very much. We have gone on that point, I think, enough. There we go. Oh. Alright, that was just me being bad and missing like 3 shots I should have totally hit. Now we're gonna guide him back here to the open area. Yo! Get over here! Get over here, Scaleless! Your mama didn't love you, because she had scales and you didn't. Oh, no. You had one shot and you blew it, Loki. Havel would want you to use his armor to kill Seath. He would. He'd be very grateful, I'm sure. Come on. Oh my god, you... There we go. I swear, this asshole, he can't commit. Damn, too early. Here we go. It would reduce my movement speed. That is true. That is a downside. That is a downside to consider. I still have this equipped, so that's cool. I keep on thinking it's somewhere else in the list than the bottom. Why do my scaleless boy dirty like that, Loki? I'm sure his father and mother went to buy milk, so left him at the entrance of some dragon house in an arch tree. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure. Loki, what's your favorite piece of Dark Souls? Ooh, that's hard. Lore-wise, I'd probably say Izalith is my favorite part of the game. Gameplay-wise, I like Catacombs and Tomb of the Giants a lot. But it's really hard to say, because I like a lot of areas of Dark Souls 1 about equally. Like, generally... Like, the only one I would, like, rate lower than others, like, significantly, would probably be some of the endgame areas. And even those, I think, are still pretty fine. Like, for all my dying getting through here, I don't think this area is that bad. Same thing with Izalith, which I know is heresy to say. And others. But I would have to say, if I had to pick, I would commit to saying probably Catacombs, Tomb of the Giants. I think just between aesthetics, navigation, design, and gameplay, I like those two areas the best. Cursed by Ring and New Londo might help, so... do I have that ring on me is the question. It might be... Yeah, I have it. We don't need to worry about me, me getting extra souls here. But this ring will definitely help us, so that way we don't have to worry about, like, getting stuck in a corner and dying right away. Oh my god. This guy just woke up and decided he wanted to be a meanie. Why is it called Tomb of the Giants? Is it referring to the gods or the actual giants? To the giants, generally. I mean, I guess you could argue both if you really want to, but for the sake of the immediate environmental storytelling, it is referring to the giants who are enslaved. So that race, yeah, we have to use the word. What am I thinking? Oh, you know what? I need to rest at the bonfire so I don't have to warp. That's a problem. I forgot this is not Dark Souls 3. I do not miss the boss run backs. Yeah, for sure. That's one thing that Elden Ring definitely benefits from having. Let's take out Havel's armor, too, so we can put it on if needed. We'll see how that works with, Do I need to repair this yet? No. Yeah, okay, so let's go to bottomless box. Wait, that's not armor. That means at the very bottom. Yeah, there it is. It is. Alright, there we go. Yeah, let's do it now. Let's do it now so we can get used to the speed. Listen, I'm a little tiny thief, man. I need the extra protection. That's showing it on screen, so... Now, dodge rolling is going to be a bit of a pain, but... Anyway, to talk again about the Tomb of the Giants, it is the Giant Graveyard. Again, refer back to an earlier episode where we talked about this more in depth. There we go. Nice death you got there, Loki. Listen, I try. I like to consider myself a death connoisseur. I'll be honest, I thought that would actually hit me on the back end of the hitbox. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Every giant buck off was apparently a slave. As far as Dark Souls 1 is concerned, yes, though Dark Souls 3 reveals there were, of course, other giants who, even if they didn't become knights, they were able to become, say, adjudicators and things. They were able to get out of a status beyond just the menial labor. Alrighty. Let's try it, chat. Let's see if big armored man with a knife can poise through some of Seath's attacks and get that tail off. Again, we'll try going for the breaking his own thing to help us, considering we have the slower speed. Though I do worry this will be the episode that gets me killed. Might behoove me to upgrade this armor, strangely enough. Ah, sucks to be that guy. How you doing? Come here often? You're looking rather radiant today, I must say. Damn! Can I have a lock on for just the tail, please? Can we get tail lock on? Very important. Damn. Yeah, I'm not sure if unupgraded Havel armor is worth it. I think we need to upgrade it a bit. What materials do we need? I think, if I recall correctly, it's twinkling. Wait. 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 Wait a second. Oh no. Oh no. Is there a lore reason as to why colored Titanite only shows up in DS1, or is that just from Saw Streamline gameplay in future games? The latter. Again, much like with stats, like why do certain stats appear in certain games versus others, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, all of this, you could possibly do things this way, but the developers want to have gameplay-wise this way, and they will come up with, say, a certain lore justification for why that is. It doesn't mean that the previous way is necessarily invalid anymore or something, right? Havel armor doesn't upgrade. Yeah, I noticed. I was like, well, damn. Let me go this way. Like I said, chat, worst comes to worst, I'll just kill him. He's not that difficult. Especially even with this knife, as you can see, we're able to take out like 20% of his HP pretty easily. If we just continue like kiting him and hitting him in his big, meaty abdomen, we'll be fine. Gotta resist falling there. Loki, what do you think of them orange flowers in Uso's World Wood and Shaded Woods? I was looking at it, Obre, and I'll be honest, I don't see much of a connection. Those flowers are very dissimilar. But again, I mean, you could make maybe a case, but it's just not as clear-cut for me. I wouldn't go with it. Just with what we currently have. Again, to keep it focused on the lore play, we will talk more about Royal Wood and Ulasil when we get there. Ooh. There we go. Just get him to hug. Yes, keep spinning. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. Keep spinning. Keep spinning, you asshole! Yeah? Ow. I'll be honest, chat, I don't think Havel armor is gonna work with the speed I'm rocking. I think it's too much. Oh no! Whatever will I do? He swiped me. Night Scout, I talked about the blindness last episode and earlier in the recap here. I will not be responding to you further on this. As I said before, he is not blind. He simply cannot see the experiments which exist outside of his research lab. Damn. So close. Do you have a bandit's knife? I actually do, so. Nobody can escape his tentacles? Well, we can deal with them a lot better, though. Alright, let's see if we can get him to come over in this corner. Fat roll gives more iframes. Yeah, but it's also slow on the recovery, so. Nice! We got it! There we go, chat. Damn. I'm not dying because of frickin' tail spam. Honestly, I avoided that purely because the tail was cut off. That's actually cool. There we go. There we go. And we're done. GG, yes. Well, good job. Yeah, I did it. So, ultimately, yeah. Havel let me do that. It's quite difficult, but honestly, I think having Havel be able to let me kind of ignore some of the crystals at the end there was worth it. Despite all the other setbacks it had, it actually did work out in the end. Because I could just ignore the curse stat and just hammer on the tail while it was in its easiest to hit spot. And if I didn't get those few extra hits there, I definitely would not have been able to cut it before he died. That's 100% the truth. Anyway, let's get myself back on my... Actually, you know, why am I making this thing... There we go. Stupid. Pog, tail cut, easy game. Alright, yep. So again, as I was trying to highlight for us, where is that stupid tail? There we go. We have the Moonlight Greatsword, one of the rare dragon weapons that came from the tail of Seath the Scaleless. Again, in the Japanese, the Scaleless is not used as often. It is used, Don't get me wrong, it is used, but normally when you see the localization use the term scaleless, it is referring to just white dragon, or as Dark Souls 3 would later localize it, pale drake. So to give you guys just some context there, he's not called Seath the Scaleless as often in there. I believe it may be just this weapon and the Lord Soul, or maybe just the Lord Soul. I have to double check to refresh my memory on that. But anyway, the idea is that, again, here, the idea of the pale white dragon who betrayed his own. Seath is the grandfather of sorcery. Now, the term for grandfather here is the same term, again, used for the founders or mothers / godmother of pyromancy, the chaos witches, right? So same terminology here, that he is the pioneer, the founder, right? The ancestor of sorcery. So again, Seath essentially invented sorcery as the art, just as the Witches of Chaos, of course, invented pyromancy and seem to be similarly in that same position for flame sorcery specifically, so a subset of sorcery. But Seath is the original sorcerer, which is again why we see the Dragon Academy represent an everlasting archdragon as their symbol, because the archdragons are technically the original sorcerers, right? Though obviously Seath might take some offense to the fact that they would use a standard, bog standard, everlasting, again, immortal, eternal, undecaying, eternal archdragon versus him, who's of course scaleless and doesn't have that same eternity. Anyway, because of the crystals, which is not highlighted here, but the idea is that the sorcery, which is specifically the crystals in Seath's tail and his body, are the source of that magic here. And that is what is unleashed as Moonlight, so giving us the idea of his Moonlight affinity. Again, thanks to all of you for the kind words here. I'm very glad. I know this was quite the ordeal to watch. I'm happy for the VOD viewers, though. They only have to skip an hour and a half to get to this point. Or, Vinheim just used the symbol Seath aspires to turn himself into. Yes, you could also make that case, but generally the point is they're using the symbol of a standard archdragon, not necessarily something specific to Seath. Well, the English version highlights his disability more. How fitting. Again, as I was talking about before, again, the issue with Seath is purely his scaleless dilemma, not the fact that he is, not the idea that he is blind. He is not. He's perfectly capable to see. As we could see during that boss fight, he could follow me quite a bit and would constantly circle. He's also perfectly capable of moving. So the idea is not that he cannot move or he cannot see. The idea is simply that he is his senses are preoccupied, not truly disabled or lacking. He has his servants who can do the whole moving and watching and finding and collecting for him. In the same way that we say, "You are my eyes and ears." The purpose, of course, with Seath and all of this goes back to his soul. And why I have been holding off on talking about this for so long. Yeah, here it is. So we have now all 4 Lord Souls. Yeah, we talked about the 4 King Soul previously, so I'm not going to harp on that again. But as we can see, the idea is that Seath has received a soul comparable in, even though it is a fragment. Again, now when it says bequeath Lord Soul Shard, there's a very specific term being used here, which again has this idea of giving or handing out or dividing up. And of course, a fragment or a shard, similar to Titanite shards. But the idea is that, okay, this shard from Gwyn's great soul is still larger or still of comparable size and power to, say, an actual Lord Soul from, say, Nito or Isla. So even though these are incredibly powerful, incredibly strong souls, it just shows to highlight how much more powerful is Gwyn's. And as we can see again with the 4 kings, they get a this also highlights how they purposely get a smaller piece of a fragment, even though it is still a sizable fragment, compared to Seath, because obviously Gwyn has much more reservations with humans, and of course with the dark and undead and all that. Now, on to the actual Lord Soul itself. Again, we see here the idea of soul of the albino Seath the Scaleless. Again, this would be just saying the Scaleless. Again, they would use essentially the equivalent of a quotation mark for Japanese. White Dragon Seath instead. But the localization, of course, gets a little more creative in Dark Souls 1 and much more varied. In Dark Souls 3, they more or less stick to the term Pale Drake as the translation. Anyway, so this is another standard talk about how, okay, this is a soul of a king, soul of kings, because again, these were the souls which had them establish themselves as kings and created the concept of a king in this universe at the beginning of the Age of Fire. So Seath allied with Lord Gwyn and turned upon the dragons, and for this he was awarded dukedom, embraced by the royalty, and given a fragment of a great soul. Although just a piece, it will still satiate the Lord Vessel. Again, very similar thing that we see here, though the localization's a bit more, again, isn't always consistent in the wording between both, but it's still the same idea. So the important thing here is the idea that Seath, of course, betrayed the dragons for Gwyn. Gwyn appreciated this and awarded him with becoming a duke. And there's this very curious statement. Oh, he gets to become the duke, he gets the soul, and embraced by the royalty. What does it mean to be embraced by royalty? Now, the Japanese is a little more specific. So what it's saying is, when he essentially became the king's outside relative as the duke, that's when all of this, of course, occurred. So there's a bit more of an operative clause there going on, so far as being embraced by the royalty means becoming a relative to Gwyn. Now, this term, outside relative, if you may recall, is gaiseki, a term I've talked about in previous episodes, specifically with Logan. Now, again, we've talked about the idea of Logan and Seath having some parallels in how he's sort of set up as this somewhat reclusive man who still has some humanity to him, but as we can see, he's starting to go crazy as he dives into studying Seath. This is important so far as highlighting the narrative, the thematic and narrative parallels being drawn between Logan and Seath, and that they both are gaiseki. They are this outside relative, which again, it refers to this idea that if you have a royal family, typically along a paternal line, the royal family will, of course, go from, okay, you have the king, then you have the next king, who is the king's son, and then you have the next king, who is that king's son and the previous king's grandson, right? It goes down there. Well, what happens to people who are outside this royal line of succession, which is so important, especially in, say, a place like China, Japan, Korea, you know, a lot of these Asian countries which would have imperial harems with their emperors? Well, you have these outside relatives, these people who say the king marries a concubine, or the king has a sister who marries another king, or something of that nature, or marries some noble into some noble family or something, or maybe he has a daughter, a princess, who marries someone else. Now you have these in-laws, right? You have these family which come from outside of the royal family, but are still related to you in some way. And that gets defined as an outside relative. A good example of this term being used most recently in FromSoft's work is, of course, in Elden Ring. Now, with the release of Elden Ring, we've obviously had plenty of new examples to test case how Miyazaki likes to write his games and use his terms and things like that, beyond just Dark Souls or Demon Souls, and of course Bloodborne. With Elden Ring, the term gaiseki returns for the characters of Radagon, Marika, and her stepchildren, Radon, Ranni, and Rykard. Now, as you may recall, in the lore of Elden Ring, again, this is a Dark Souls 1 lore place, I'll keep this brief. The idea there is that Queen Marika is the matriarch of the royalty. She is the one in charge. Instead of a king, it is the queen who is sort of like the head honcho, and the king is her consort. So when Radagon marries Marika, he becomes the king consort. Now, when Radagon marries Marika, he brings with him children from his previous marriage with Rennala, Ranni, Rykard, and Radon. These become Marika's stepchildren, but they are still her children, her relatives. The game distinguishes them in the text of the script, again written by Miyazaki, as gaiseki, or these outside relatives. This means that Seath has family, this means that Marika, despite being a queen, it's being gender bent in the case of Elden Ring, because it is a more matriarchal system compared to Dark Souls, which again follows a bit more, at least in the case of Gwyn, a bit more of a traditional, oh, okay, the king is, the king, right? So he's male, he's king, we follow down a male line of succession, yada yada yada, right? So again, a little bit more traditional there, but Miyazaki is clearly willing to gender bend the term, because it's not inherently gendered, because again, outside relative is more literal. You'll see this term commonly translated as consortkin or maternal relative, depending on the context. Obviously, if, say, it's a relative of the king's mother, say the mother who married the previous king, the king's father, is a obviously has her own family, then those would be her those would be the king's maternal relatives, right? They are the people who are related to his mother, they're from his mother's side of the family, therefore they're not, again, part of the royalty per se, but they are maternal relatives. Again, when the king has a consort, especially in the case of an emperor of an imperial harem, you have tons of consorts, and you obviously will then have all these consort kin. Again, these translations are all different ways of trying to express Gaiseki, which of course is a lot broader term with a lot more variable meaning depending on the specific context. No, without scales is considered disciplined because he's not eternal is what I meant. Yep. Again, I just wanted to highlight that. I understand that point there. I just wanted to highlight it since we were talking about that earlier. You know America would have given Seath the title of a tree. Oh, we're never gonna get over that, are we, Pokemon? One of Seath's major pair of wings is upside down, and his ribs are almost piercing his flesh with no stirring. He's got some issues. It's pretty normal. He doesn't seem to have any issue flying with it. Like, again, Night Scout, not gonna harp on this any longer than we've already said. You want to grasp at straws, feel free. America is the Elden Ring version of the British Queen, I suppose, who bumped uglies with Seath. What? We're getting there, peddler. So again, in the case of Logan, how Logan exactly is related to the royalty is not really that important, since just the fact that he has a royal connection is relevant to explaining why he seems to get off mostly scot-free, considering his heresy, right? And the whole conflict with the Way of White and all that. In the case of Seath, however, it is a very important question. Seath becomes Gwyn's relative. That means that Seath would have to have married someone that's part of the royalty. That's a question then. Well, we only know so many people who are women in the royalty. Obviously, Gwyn has his wife. Don't think Gwyn is into NTR, so I don't think we got a maternal relative there, do we? But we do have one female member established in Dark Souls 1 who is known and has a close connection to Seath, oddly enough, and that is Guinevere. Why did Seath have his servants go after Guinevere's holy women? I mean, you want to do some human experiments and you can't find some lesser, unimportant god in Anor Londo whose servants won't necessarily be that dearly missed and buy you maybe some more time? Why go after a princess's retinue? Maybe because they're the closest by. They're the most easily accessible. Because those are the attendants of your wife. Now, I've alluded to previously various things with Guinevere and Seath and Velka, how there's this strange friction scene with Guinevere and Velka. Go back to the episode with Sen's Fortress. We talked about that. We've also talked about the idea of course, as Night Scout alluded to earlier, of Seath and Velka essentially being the parents to Priscilla, which becomes even more obvious as we later in Dark Souls 3, as they sort of reinforce that point. But the idea that Seath's Moonlight affinity and Velka's Dark affinity sort of combined to help create Priscilla's unique Moon affinity, specifically with the Life Hunt ability. On top of that, we have the idea of Guinevere sort of flanked by two Silver Knights overlooking, and we'll even go over there to see the image in person. I think Anor Londo is better than Chamber of the Princess. Maybe I'm wrong, but but anyway, we have Guinevere actually overlooking Priscilla's prison, quote unquote, the painting world of Ariamis. And while she is looking over at that prison, she's, of course, we got the typical smiling statue of her, but she's clearly pleased with the knights at their beck and call of making sure that Priscilla, the illegitimate child of Seath, is kept in. Now again, if this is Seath and Velka's child, why does she care so much? Well, if it is a product of her husband's infidelity, that explains a lot. It also explains, of course, why Priscilla is an illegitimate child. If Seath and Velka were in any sort of relationship, why not tie the knot? Why not put a ring on it, Seath? Well, the eldest of rings, the marriage ring, was not placed on Velka's finger, if there was ever a possibility of that happening, in large part because it was already taken by another god. This would also explain some cut content, as we know that there is a talisman that is a dragon talisman. It is very similar to Havel's dragon tooth thing in terms of, like, both color and things. There's also some Dark Souls 3 connections, but I'm not going to go into that here. That is also referred to as Guinevere's talisman in the game file code. So it's clearly the idea that there would be some sort of talisman related to both dragons and Gwynevere put in. Again, this is something more believable if the idea is that Gwynevere was married to a dragon, who of course hunted dragons at point, and so could have possibly given like one piece of them to her, maybe as like some marriage gift or something. Who knows? We'll never know for sure with what the ultimate plan was. Yeah, hello, buddy. Get out of the way. Thank you. So again, we can see how the environmental storytelling is trying to set up this friction, again, between Velka and Gwynevere, in large part because of their shared relationship with Seath. Now again, in Dark Souls 3, we get more affirmation of this relationship with Shira, but again, this is not the Dark Souls 3 lore play. I recommend checking that out if you want more on that. But again, this starts putting a lot of things into place. You have Seath now, who has a relationship with Velka, potentially just to kind of pick her brain. He's willing to have a actual physical relationship with her for that end, to advance his research potentially. Of course, Velka comes back with a child. That child is not appreciated by God society. The medials, by and large, do not like the idea of having this half-dragon, half-medial abomination with dark powers. Will not be tolerated. As we can see, Velka ends up becoming the goddess of sin, overseeing the prison with which her daughter would be ultimately locked up. We, of course, also see now with this is that Seath has consistently been doing research into Titanite and more. So the idea is that, of course, it's not just that he's kidnapping his wife's holy women, per se. Did I finish the Dark Souls 3 lore play? Yes. It's also that he's been gathering up and looking at fragments and pieces of the blacksmith deity's work. Now, this is very notable because the blacksmith god does have a connection with Seath, as I pointed out earlier. The giant blacksmith, a obvious apprentice, who worked at the royal smithy over there. Again, you have the cathedral, you have the royal manor, you have the smithy at the other wing. Seath has shared his works with the blacksmith, giant blacksmith, and likely the blacksmith god, and they are very much familiar with what he created beforehand. There we go. Oh, whoop, that's not the way to go in. Listen, I'm not here to worry about all of you. Go away. Ice Fairy, you kill our friend. Okay, I gotta do this, chat. This is so awkward because I'm trying not to hit the giant and accidentally kill him. Come on, get over here. Yeah. There we go, friend. There's the Painted Guardian drinking Estus. Wonder if they're undead too, if they can drink it. Yes, they are most likely are undead, given the situation, the fact that they have survived for so long. There is the indication that they are, yes, in fact, undead. Whether or not they are hollows could be a bit more of a question, though I believe someone had, after the episode where we were actually talking about this with the Painted Guardians, did confirm that you can use alluring skulls on them, which does suggest that at least these specific Painted Guardians are hollows, though Dark Souls 3 suggests not all of them are.
What's that? Shiny.
Yes,
Give me that. I make weapons shiny.
So he asked us to go bring him the Duke's Crystal Ember. We now have the Crystal Ember, and we now give it to him.
Shiny. I make weapons shiny.
There. As we can see, he also possesses the Twinkling Titanite, which is so closely associated with Seath to this point, and this is, I believe, he owns it even before we get him. Though, if I recall correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think this was added in a later update, so this wasn't necessarily on launch. But again, don't quote me on that. I have to double check that again. Anyway, but so again, similar to the whole the purging stones owned by the undead merchant lady in the sewers. So again, we can of course create crystal weapons that the giant blacksmith has the crystal ember, but that is not what we are here for. We're here more so to talk about his master, the blacksmith deity. Now, good old blacksmith deity is of course nameless to us, which of course brings a question of why, when we know the names of so many gods, is this god made anonymous, similar to Gwyn's firstborn. Now, you could make an argument that because Gwyn's firstborn had all records about him purged, and he is a war god, that this would disproportionately affect also the records involving the blacksmith deity, who might be mentioned in stories. Again, miracles are stories of the gods, right? So stories of the gods, and what might involving the Gwyn's firstborn, a war god, might also involve the blacksmith who would forge the weapons for that war god. So it's quite possible that maybe, with all the records destroyed regarding the firstborn, that the same happened to... Yeah, that with all the weapons destroyed for the firstborn, that the same may have happened to the blacksmith deity, which is possible. I've also, of course, talked previously about Vamos, the mysterious blacksmith skeleton, who is exceptionally old. For one is the fact that the blacksmith is only interested in fire weapons. Now, fire weapons are established as sort of the oldest form of weaponsmithing that existed. Before, of course, you know how to craft lightning with using wooden mallets and things of that nature, or holy magic, which, of course, as we talked about previously in the Tomb of the Giants, see that episode, about the idea of there being a process to it, and took some time. Fire is much more straightforward and simple. You have fire, you use fire, you just gotta figure out how to imbue the fire itself into there, so it's not just, melting and shaping the weapon, but actually getting into the very fabric of the metal. So that's a thing. And of course, if you show Vamos anything other than a fire ember, he will consider it some newfangled ember that he does not want to work with. All these new embers these days. I want to work with the good old reliable OG stuff, right? He's a bit of a boomer. He's tired, he doesn't want to work with it. Not that he necessarily can't, but that he's not really interested in it. Of course, we also know that there is a royal helm with Vamos, which of course allows us to connect him to some royalty, though of course, because we have to basically kill Vamos to get it, we will never hear from him personally what the story behind that helmet is. But we do know that in Lordran there are only so many royalties, and Vamos being buried in a appearing in a catacomb in Lordran, and having been someone who's familiar with New Londo since before it even flooded, seems to be quite exceptionally old, especially when you factor in the fact that he knows the oldest type of smithing. So we're talking about an individual who must be really, really old in the land of Lordran, where the only long-living species, up until the rise of Undeath, were, of course, the medials, or giants, as far as bipedals are concerned. So that gives the idea of, oh, could Vamos be the blacksmith deity? And the reason why he has that helmet, maybe as a burial gift, maybe as a gift in life, whatever the case, is a gift from the Anor Londo royalty, like Gwyn's firstborn. Again, recall that we find some demon Titanite in the firstborn's chamber, and we could of course find a Titanite demon in this room. I will highlight the importance of this after we kill the demon. I probably have to refresh the area though, because he's going to destroy everything. So let's focus on that. Now again, Titanite demons we find all around Anor Londo. We can find some have been repurposed at Sen's Fortress even, and we can find lots of chests with demon Titanite around. The idea with the demon Titanite, of course, is that it comes from these demons, it is derived from them, and due to the nature of the magic and the soul, which has been processed... where do we go from here? I guess we go from Chamber of the Princess, yeah. We'll try resting at the bonfire, first. Yeah, we'll try resting at the bonfire first, up inside the manor, so that way we don't have to go as far. But anyway... So we have the idea then, of course, that the Titanite has sort of this idea where when the blacksmith deity died, we start having Titanite demons rising from the slabs. Now, again, the Japanese for the slab doesn't use the term slab per se. It uses a term that kind of means, like, the original. Similar to how, like, you say if you had a record, let's say you had a record label or something, you'd want an original record from so-and-so or whatever. It's not a copy, it's not a disc, you know, it's the actual, like, original piece. This is, of course, the same idea as that we originally find fragments, and eventually we find the original where those fragments derive from, which is, of course, a slab. So again, not a major problem how the localization words that. I just wanted to highlight that, in case you're wondering. Okay, now we can go this way. We're gonna actually... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, that was way too early. Oh, that was way too early. That was way too early. I can't do it anymore, chat! There we go! Finally connected. Alright, we don't need to fight this guy, so we can just ignore him. There is a guy right here we have to worry about. Oh, damn, I thought I could just strafe him. There we go. Blacksmith presumably armed all Anor Londo too, including assisting Gwyn. Yes, but the ideal, at least in this case, would be to explain why he is nameless, is that he would be disproportionately mentioned in tales of a god of war specifically, rather than, say, many of the anonymous gods who might not necessarily have specific legends attributed to them. Again, we don't have any miracles to make Loif, after all. But yes, the idea would be that the loss of the animals may explain why the blacksmith deity's name, if it was ever mentioned in the records, and that's an assumption, of course, in itself, if it was mentioned anywhere in the wider records along with other gods' names that are mentioned in these stories, at least occasionally, that might explain why. Now, back to our good old Vamos and the Titanite demons. Ah, damn, that wasn't a backstab. That was, though. There we go. Damn. Damn, chat. Now, back to what we were talking about with our Titanite demon friends. Oh, damn. Get my bearings first. Now, as you notice when you first walked into this room, it looks to be a rather lengthy chamber with many pews. Whoop. It's clearly an area which would seat a lot of people, similar to, say, a chapel. Oh. Darn. Darn. Alright, we're moving that back on. Along with that, we see at the back of the room are, of course, some seats and a table. Now, with all the Titanite demons appearing in so many random locations, it is perhaps not odd that we might find it inside a building too, though it does beg the question, why would there be a slab around here specifically, in that room, and why haven't any of the knights done anything about it? Now, the knights obviously might not bother, considering that the gods are not present. There's no one at the manor to sort of compel them to have to do it, and it is a powerful enemy, so in a closed space. So, might as well leave it trapped inside the room as it is. Damn. There we go. But again, that still begs the question of then, why was the slab there in the first place? And why is the room decorated as such? That way, you could face it? Well, one obvious placement for the slab... Oh, that was early. One obvious placement for the slab would be on the little altar type thing that we see inside the back center of the room as a sort of monument. We also have the two seats with banners on each side. And if you pay attention to the colors, which is the most relevant portion in this case, you'll notice that they are red and green. The same color schemes we see with the rooms to the Firstborn and Guinevere, if you recall from those previous episodes. So we have this sort of color coding helping us indicate that who would be seated here at the front of the room on either side of the altar. We have the princess and the prince of Sunlight. Maybe some qualifications, though, for that, I would say, but... Oh. There we go. Gonna jump. Ah, damn, I should not have. Oh, damn. Yeah, that was a mistake. Whoop. So here's the idea that a slab may have been placed on here, and then seated at either side with the little smaller tables. Whoop! This is why I wanted to kill this enemy first before I went over all this. Would be the princess and prince. Now, if you are familiar with Japanese wakes, there is a similar setup here where the idea would be you would have the deceased. Oftentimes, usually if you have a body or something of that nature that you can showcase, you would have that, but otherwise you would still use a portrait of the deceased, which would be placed essentially kind of in a similar fashion as what this proposed Titanite slab would be doing. And of course you'd have people seated on either side, and of course other mourners who come. Again, usually it's family or important persons who would sit on either side toward the back of the room, for obvious reasons, and then the other mourners would sit in the pews, very similar to say funerals in other religions. The point, of course, is to highlight that it seems to be a signifier that what we are attending in that room is a wake for the fallen blacksmith god, which is useful both in helping us understand when exactly the blacksmith god fell relative to other events, but in some ways also give us hints into what exactly caused the fall. Did they specifically trash the entire annal, or just censor the Firstborn's name and efforts in those annals? The terminology used is essentially expelled or expunged, removed. Now, you could make an argument that some records may have survived without the name being mentioned outright, or have you, but again, the purpose was clearly, again, a very typical, the term, the official term escapes me, but essentially a destruction of your memory, of trying to essentially remove all trace of your existence, whether it be statues of your image, or references to your name. And so anything that would essentially affirm that you in fact did exist would be removed from the record. And that is a very obvious reference there. Now, in terms of... considering that the blacksmith god does of course have statues of himself removed, as we can see in the boss room with Ornstein and Smo, with the strangely missing empty pedestal on the opposite side of Guinevere with Gwyn, that is very likely the intention there. Again, now back to... was it Memento Mori? I don't think so. I don't think that's the terminology, but that's what's coming into my brain. Anyway. Come on. There we go. Beautiful. The point, of course, I'm making is the idea that you have both the Firstborn and Guinevere in attendance to the blacksmith deity's wake. His body, of course, is being handed off to the catacombs in Nito. The fact that we don't have, say, Gwyn or anyone else in attendance would, of course, suggest this was, of course, after Gwyn had already left, which makes sense given other events. Oh, ow. And, of course, there we go. Speaks to another important detail we'll hopefully get to when we get to Gwyndolin. There we go. Come on. Alright. I'm boosted, chat. Never mind. Damnatio Mori. Thank you for the reminder, is what you're thinking of, yes. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, it's not Memento Mori. That's Memento Mori. Alright, there we go. I don't know why he went for the grab attack twice in a row, but... You know, listen, he do he. Just make sure I'm full on this. Okay. Damn. Little too early. If I just went slightly later. Damn. I forgot that tail can hit you. Lost my lock on there. There we go. Damn. Got a little greedy. Again, making sure I'm topped off just to make sure that we keep it safe here. Oh, for a second I thought he might do a long attack instead. I was like, oh, that animation looked a little longer. Alright, we're safe here. No third attack? Oh. That was close. Again, the lightning attacks, we talked about that in previous episodes. I won't go over that too deeply again, though it is relevant to mention, of course, how we have clearly the power of sunlight, magic involved. You've gotta be kidding me! That stupid tail! Oh! Hi, Loki. So regarding the Four Kings, so do all Four Kings bear the single light soul shard as their own soul, like one soul and four bodies, or only the Four Kings will bear the Lord soul as a soul? It's not clarified. It's not clarified if, say, they would somehow split it between them, though I think that's doubtful just based on the form of the soul, especially with Dark Souls 3 giving us an idea of how souls which might be split or combined but still have, like, a force, like, resulting in them might be. So again, the best example you could probably think of would be, say, the Abyss Watchers, but even then we had the Abyss Watchers all coalescing their soul into one body before we could, of course, get the full, quote-unquote, soul that would function like a standard boss soul. So generally, I guess you could make the argument that they simply left one king to hold the soul between them. That is definitely a case you can make. But again, I don't think the answer to that is necessarily too important. So, and it is ultimately left ambiguous as a result. Oh, damn. I thought it could be. Oh. Oh, wow. Alright. If you're gonna be like that. Did you explain why he's missing a head and leg? Nope, we will actually get to that. That's actually a wonderful question, Pokemon, so let's actually talk about that. So as we can see, our wonderful Titanite demon has a very distinctive form. He is, of course, headless, missing a leg, which shows the idea of restricting movement, of course, in that case. Has, of course, a long tail, which is supposed to mimic the weapon that he wields. This pole arm, with a bit of a claw end, is actually a historical weapon used in Japan. I think it goes back to the Edo period, but it may be older, so don't quote me on that. It's also, I believe, a more modern version is even used today in some Japanese police precincts. But again, don't quote me on that. I'm not an expert in Japanese police officers. But suffice to say, it is a not totally alien weapon. And it had a very specific purpose to restrain the target. If you were... Ow, ooh, terrible roll there. If you were, for example... If you were a criminal, and you were being chased down, you would not want to be in this weapon. Specifically because the weapon would often have spikes on the inside area of the claw hand. So your head would get wrapped around with these spikes there to poke at you. And if you tried to resist, you would be risking your own head. So as we can see here, this enemy embodies the idea of someone who is arrested, captured, apprehended, not free to do as they wish, and because of their resistance, was beheaded. Hence the claw forming the tail along the spine, with the missing head at the end of the claw side. The little pincer. Yeah, pincer's probably more accurate to say. And of course, the missing leg reinforces that imagery. Oh, damn. Now, of course, this is not just any enemy, but this is an enemy specifically connected to the blacksmith god. So you have this idea here then that the blacksmith god manifests after his death. His slabs, which are of course connected to his soul, they are his personal byproducts, and so would naturally use parts of his soul and his lightning magic and his power and all that stuff. And that in his death apparently had such a strong emotional reaction from him, you could say a grudge akin to a curse, that he would spawn, post-mortem, these Titanite demons. These monsters, born from Titanite, have been transformed. As we, of course, learned in Dark Souls 3, the soul is a very important product to creating the demon Titanite that these things are comprised of. And with that in mind, comes an answer. The blacksmith god died while in someone's custody. The question then would be, okay, who? Well, if his wake is occurring after Gwyn is gone, and the firstborn is still around, along with Guinevere, so the gods haven't left, obviously, hence why they're attending wake. But then, the Titanite demon couldn't be dealt with when its slab, used for the wake, eventually turned into a demon itself, and again, as we see with the Firstborn's Room and other areas of Anor Londo, they were, in fact, dealing with the Titanite demons that were spawning around Anor Londo for a time. That, of course, opens up the question of, oh, did the gods leave before the Titanite demon spawned? And therefore, because none of the gods were around, the Silver Knights haven't been able to deal with, or can't be bothered to deal with, this Titanite demon that is basically stuck in this room that no one's using for anything anyway now. Well, there's only so many events that would be occurring around this period. One of them include Seath going mad with experiments. Again, we saw the efforts to deal with Seath and his stuff outside his castle and things of that nature. Obviously, it was a publicly known thing about his madness. And we know that Seath is, of course, abducting various people for his experiments. And some of his experiments involve Titanite. And so it's quite possible that good old Seath might abduct the blacksmith god, but in the course of attempting to abduct him, the blacksmith god, especially if he's Vamos, as we can see from Vamos's prickly personality, might not take too kindly to that. The gruff old man would resist, and as a result, would end up losing his life, where he would be mourned by his good pal, Gwyn's firstborn, the war god, and many other gods like him in the royalty. So you have this indication here. that our Titanite demon is in fact a signal of the fate which befell our poor nameless blacksmith deity, who is of course maybe only anonymous, because whatever rare instance of his name might show up, he's obviously not a main character in any story of the gods, and nor does Vamos care to be preached about far and wide as far as we can see. Maybe removed because shortly after his death, we of course have the firstborn getting pushed out of Anor Londo, resulting in the blacksmith god becoming anonymous. Alright. Oh yeah, Loki, what do you think about that opening in that earlier version of Blighttown and missing data? Again, this isn't too relevant to the lore play, so again, no, Brad, I'd prefer if you kind of keep those questions like sort of separate, but as far as like alternate versions of the areas and stuff, they're always interesting to look at and to see what the developers were playing around with and possibly alternate ideas or histories they had for areas and things. But I would not consider it I would not consider that specific thing to be anything like stands out to me as like, ooh, that's really notable to factor into analysis. Since Seath has a custom bonfire meant to trap even the undead, would he care to give up the blacksmith's body? As I've talked about previously, you respawning at bonfires is not canon. It's not. When you are undead, you die, you collapse, much like in Sekiro, and then you get back up again, much like in Sekiro. Sekiro much better reflects the lore of Dark Souls than the Dark Souls game itself. You do not respawn at a bonfire, because then bonfires would be hollow-filled death traps that no one would want to go near, and definitely wouldn't be considered a safe haven you would respawn at in the first place. The point, of course, is with Seath having a bonfire at that prison cell, is that you need a checkpoint for that sequence of the game to work. In the same way that the painting world needs you to have a bonfire as a checkpoint, but the idea is, of course, you are simply trapped in an area. They're not going to let you freely warp around in the prison or in the Ariama's painting, because that's the story sequence that they're trying to set up for you. Alright. Hopefully this will be the last time we have to look at this guy. There we go. So again, as I've gone over previous episodes, there's no need to try to factor in the bonfire in Seath's prison chamber. It is simply there for gameplay purposes. There we go. Go this way. But yeah, this is the right way, isn't it? No. Okay, no, I shouldn't have gone up the stairs. This was just the other stairs. Okay. I got distracted! Alrighty. Let's go back to the room. Oh. Damn, he takes so long with that. Yeah, I'm gonna... Oh. Alright, I know you can poke me through that, so we're gonna do this. There we go. Hey, buddy. Damn. Hey, buddy. There we go. Then Seath drags even the dead into his prisons. We do see that those that even end up dead might still be in the jails, of course, though it's possible that they would, of course, die after being imprisoned. However, the case here would be, considering that the Firstborn and others could not seem to infiltrate Seath's castle, but could collect the body of the blacksmith god to at least give him a proper burial, would be that Seath had, in fact, not been able to successfully drag the Vamos's Vamos's body to the archives in the first place. It doesn't repair it, darn. I was kind of hoping with the respawns and stuff that this would be automatically repaired. But suffice to say, again, you can see the green, the red, the destroyed chair, the other destroyed chair. Thankfully, these things are more resilient. God. Good old Anor Londo wood! Nothing stronger. And again, of course, we can see the pomp and ceremony set up here. And then, of course, the pews. So does anyone know what the Guinevere that Anor Londo is an illusion? Obviously, Gwyndolin knows. It's also possible that some of the Dark Moon Covenant also are aware of this, considering that they are summoned for this, though I guess you could always make the case that they're just summoned and they're not necessarily told the exact reasons why. It's like, okay, we're supposed to hunt this guy, we'll hunt this guy, right? That is certainly a case that could be made, but I would assume that they are... I would say that at least the people in Gwyndolin's cult are aware. Everyone else, though, no, because the entire point of the Silver Knights, of course, guarding and protecting the princess on the half is that they are thinking that there's actually a purpose to it. Not that they are just defending a hollow illusion, not the actual princess who, as we talked about in a previous episode, took, say, gold and took some human coins and gold and silver, kind of stocked up on what she wanted, and left with the other gods indiscreetly while having Gwyndolin create an illusion to take her place and continue her duty. Now, since we're on that topic, it's time that we get to the main event here. Now, Guinevere, of course, laying on her little bed thing here. Not too unusual. The idea with her is, of course, that she acts just like the original thing, though she speaks in an old English accent here in the localized dialogue. She just speaks in plain Japanese in the original script. The importance of this is to highlight how Gwyndolin is the only character who actually speaks in an archaic dialect, at least as far as Dark Souls 1 is concerned, and that is to highlight sort of this idea that he sounds more old, more ancient, more godly, right? Since we like to have God, you know, we don't like hearing God speak in modern day, you know, Leet speak vernacular or something. So again, just to highlight that the localization likes to have a lot of the more formal speaking characters speak with a bit more of a older dialect, but this is sort of losing a little bit of the information that is being subtly conveyed through speech patterns. For comparison, again, to use Elden Ring very briefly, another character who speaks in a antiquated dialect compared to other characters would be Godric, for the obvious purposes that Godric wants to connect to his legacy of the older times, the older demigods, and feel that he is, of course, you know, deserves more respect and regality for that seniority, right? Let's see. Anything else I want to say about this? Nope. Okay. Now, as we of course know, this is in fact an illusion. An illusion whom we can deal with quite easily. Now, this does have its downsides, of course. In that after we kill her, and end up, quote-unquote, revealing the fact that she is an illusion, Gwyndolin is not happy.
The godmother's image. I am Gwyndolin, and thy transgression shall not go unpunished.
Now, while Gwyndolin uses the term godmother here, he really only talks about a god. So his issue is more so talking about how the god, the idea that you have desecrated a god. Now, obviously, this god means a lot to him because it is his sister, but he's still not necessarily using the term godmother. He's simply referring to the idea very literally, she is a god. I assume the localization just latched onto the motherly image of Guinevere and wanted to add that whole godmother thing because they like wordplays like that. We also, of course, see how, although Anor Londo was, of course, in sunset, we went from daytime, from Sen's Fortress, into sort of starting to get into evening and sunset. Now, after we have defeated Guinevere, we conveniently, of course, hit nighttime. Similar to later games that Miyazaki would do, like Bloodborne, we see how certain events will help trigger different changes in the time of day to sort of show how there's a passing time, although it is obviously all an illusion. Obviously, I can go between Darkroot Garden and Undead Parish back and forth infinitely. It doesn't mean that I am taking days upon days upon days, or instantly, like, changing the time of day, of course. It is ultimately designed, as Miyazaki himself admits, to suit the atmosphere of the area. In this case, of course, we have the very thematic, appropriately thematic idea that you are to, as Gwyndolin says, perish in the twilight, or as he used in the Japanese, the night of Anor Londo, with the moon out. And of course, I believe, if I recall correctly, he in fact has a crescent moon out there, which of course is evocative of the crescent representing the dark moon. Now, we will of course see a lot of enemies will be removed. Fun fact, in cut content, the idea, a very early idea, was to replace the Silver Knights with Black Knights for the area, but that was ultimately removed. Instead, it seems the enemies have been removed so that way you could have more invasion, co-op PvP, that type of thing going on. As we can see here, they at least put some NPC enemies to help fill in some of that gap while you wait for actual players to load in with their invasion to answer the calls of Gwyndolin. As we can see, these are a Boulder Knight and a Berenike Knight. Again, notice how they have normal size compared to the hollow enemy versions, because again, size doesn't really matter. Oh. It would seem that some of these guys who managed to get farther than Tarkus would still end up deciding that rather than try to reach Guinevere, they would rather join up with Gwyndolin. Again, probably not too surprising. Yeah, let's do this. Just need to get one of them. There we go. Damn. He has more reach, though. That sucks. Ooh. There we go. Wasn't exactly what I planned, but it works. There we go, one dead. Alright, Mr. Dark Moon Knight. Thank God they don't heal. My man backstepped me. The disrespect. Listen, I have little range, okay? It's not my fault. The man tried to parry me. Speaking of which, that reminds me, let's go pick up good old armor. Why would Gwyndolin make his illusion not use formal speech? She does use formal speech. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that when the localization uses formal speech, they will often make it more archaic with the thines and these. The only person who uses the equivalent of, like, thou, thy, mine, self, you know, all that stuff, would, in this game, again, this is strictly talking about Dark Souls 1, is Gwyndolin. Also, we, of course, now get Lautrec's armor, since we, of course, defeated him, so we find a corpse with his armor as a reward. But the idea, of course, with Guinevere is that she's simply speaking formal. She's not speaking archaic. Again, this is something that is peculiar to Gwyndolin because he is someone who feels there is the most to prove as a god, it would seem. He feels the need to sound extra godly, to make sure that there is that extra aura of divinity to him. There could be various reasons for that, but we will, of course, see that as we go through here. Now, of course, with Gwyndolin having been angered, I guess we shall say. He's been incited, you might term. He is, of course, sending even the Firekeeper after us as another Dark Moon Knight. Now, the Firekeeper, as we had gone over previously, was essentially serves as a Firekeeper as part of the Undead mission. We, of course, have already served our purpose in the mission, and while she would continue performing her services for us, especially as we would go on to challenge, say, Seath's archives and things like that, she, nonetheless, is now tasked with our murder, and is not too happy with us for what we did.
So it was you, was it? How dare you produce a blade upon a deity? How did you ever get this far? I shall end your suffering here and now. It is the least that I can do.
Well, you see, there aren't anyone actually playing online anymore over here, and the two NPC guys that you sent at me don't have any Estus to heal, so it was actually rather simple to get over here if you wanted to be perfectly honest. Fat rolling? Oh, girl, you're just not ready for this meta.
But how? This man is a threat, Master Gwyndolin.
Now, she says Master Gwyndolin here. Again, I would like to clarify that the Japanese uses the term sama, which again, you could translate as Lord Gwyndolin, but it is ultimately, or Master Gwyndolin could also work in this context, but ultimately it is a gender-neutral term, so it does not necessarily give away his sex. So if you want to argue whether or not Gwyndolin's, how aware everyone was about Gwyndolин's gender as far as his closest servants were, you can, but we'll talk more about that when we get to defeating Gwyndolin himself. Wait. I think I did this the wrong way. Yeah, I did this the wrong way. Whoops. Whoopsie. You said she used normal Japanese speech, though. Regular, modern-day Japanese... I should clarify. In Japanese, you have casual speech and you have formal speech. They're used for different contexts, especially in modern-day life and things like that, and, like, certain relationships and all that. But in the context of the narrative of Dark Souls, it's basically her being very polite with you, to keep it simple. She speaks polite, but not archaic. The polite gets localized as archaic, but that isn't necessarily archaic in the original language. Gwyndolin does speak in archaic language. He uses pronouns and certain turns of phrases which just aren't used in modern day, but they are more frequently used in fiction in order to portray a character who's trying to at least sound old, in the same way that we might have a character speak, you know, at least a bastardized version of Old English, thee, thou, thine, like what we see in Dark Souls. We're going into this boss fight, so let's use some souls here. And we'll go over, speaking of our Firekeeper soul, while we're doing that. Is this even enough? I actually don't know. We might have to go, see, Logan first. I don't think this is enough. Oh, it is, okay, good. Alright, my strength weapon is getting stronger. For Gwyndolin, though, we want to use... Yeah, we want to use this. Now, again, normally we would, of course, be told by Gwyndolin to stop and simply bow to show our fealty to him, as he essentially draws a red line about us not coming into this hallowed chamber of Gwyn's mausoleum, although he's obviously not actually buried there. The idea is, of course, to show respect to the gods and Gwyn by simply halting here, and if we do show our faith in the divine, he will, of course, even offer us to join his covenant and help him help to fight the god's enemies, which would, of course, include those who would destroy the image of Guinevere and reveal that she is an illusion to everyone else. Again, another good reason to clear out definitely all the other guards and let the Dark Moon Knights take over before anybody figures that all out. No, that's not the soul. Duh. There we go. Now again, this Firekeeper soul has its own unique description, similar to the others that we get. In this case, it tries to highlight how, of course, beneath the beneath the skin, there's all these things squirming, and of course this ties back to the idea of there being terrible scarring and stuff that results from this. Although we can cheat and look under the helmet using, of course, if we kind of like clip our camera into her helmet in certain scenarios, or if we sort of go into the game files, we can see she has a perfectly normal head, but much like how we have various characters who are clearly hollow, but they don't have a quote-unquote hollow form necessarily. Similar thing here, because the armor and stuff obstructs it. We, of course, learn in, say, Dark Souls 3, especially, like, say, if the hands look normal, it starts around the wrist and goes up, so the damage is usually covered by those types of clothes. And in the case of the Dark Moon Knight, or Knightess as they call her here, she had armor gifted to her by Gwyndolin in order to hide that terrible scarring and ugliness that was created by the humanity wriggling inside her. Also, the slabs have writing on them. Translated fans to be a record of the world. I actually go over this in Abyssal Archive. The methodology with which to quote-unquote translate them is incredibly shoddy, and it misses on one of the most fundamental questions, which is, what's the syntax? Is it English syntax or Japanese syntax? Because if it's Japanese syntax, that completely destroys it just fundamentally, everything that they try to claim there. And there just becomes a whole lot of other problems with it that I go over, again, in the book. So again, feel free to purchase and read up on there, because I'm not going to go through the long diatribe there on how to exactly interpret the different symbols that are used, and what it may or may not translate to, and how that may or may not be relevant to the lore. Now, let us now get into this boss fight. We have fought through all of Gwyndolin's henchmen that he has sent after us, and now we shall go after the man himself.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the dark sun, Gwyndolin. Let the atonement for thy felonies commence.
So we see Gwyndolin is casting another illusion to create this sort of infinite hall, though obviously it's not actually infinite. If you take long enough with this, you will eventually hit the back of it, funnily enough. We can see the Moonlight butterfly music is being reused for this fight, which is very appropriate considering the Moonlight associations and the, well, everything else. Gwyndolin will, of course, be somewhat... Oh! Oh. Oh, I wasn't fast enough there. Gwyndolin will be somewhat unusual, though, in that he will cast sorcery instead of miracles, like we have seen with most other gods. At least he won't be eaten by his slime. Unfortunately, again, no Firekeeper, no bonfire lighting to be done. Am I crazy, chat? Didn't I rest? Didn't I rest at the Gwyndolin bonfire? I could have swore I did. I don't know why it respawned me there then. If Gwyndolin has power over, if Dark has dominion over, I'm gonna say dominion for this your sake, Night Scout. How did Gwyndolin make this hallway using light? Because we see, because time and space are irrevocably linked. They're like, it's intrinsic. There's a reason we call it time-space. Because both of them are deeply connected. So just as how we can see that light is time, and dark seems to have some, has similar dominion over space, which makes sense within the context of the broader concept of, oh, okay, you know, shadows give dimension and to things of that nature. Yeah, we have to, no, we're gonna do this. We're gonna homeward bone back. And then we're gonna go find another resting spot. Am I crazy? I would have figured it would take me to the chamber of the princess first. I'm surprised it takes me here. Oh well, it is what it is. But anyway, so we see a lot of overlap where you'll see time-related things happening with dark, and light and space-related things happening with this. Again, see the painting world. Again, something created with light magic from the gods and the medials, with Ariamis, and yet, again, reinforced in Dark Souls 3 with Ariandel, and yet, as we can see, it is obviously creating a dimension, a space. That just be the nature of time and space shenanigans. Honestly, it might have been better to go the Sen's Fortress route, but... Or, you know, we could have also just, you know, not killed her. We pull this lever here. This is actually good because we can go over and meet Logan before we head out. wrong way. Before I get trapped. There we go. Hey, buddies. Damn. No. Nope. I refuse. Are you kidding me? I can't destroy a chair, chat. My thief is that pathetic. Just beat Remnant 2, pretty sick last boss. Awesome to hear that, Xavier. We're now focused back on a lore play now. Okay, let's go see good old Logan. Now, of course, after Seath has been defeated, Logan's narrative purpose of telling us what the primordial crystal is done.
Oh, hello there. Where have you been? The tomes stored in these archives are truly magnificent. A great pool of knowledge. The fruits of superior wisdom and an unquenchable desire for the truth. All progress demands sacrifice. And I certainly bear no antipathy for that wonderful scales beast.
I unfortunately skipped that. I unfortunately skipped that dialogue, so again, apologies. But the general sentiment should be clear, of course. Logan, of course, is so increasingly in love with Seath and his work and his research. It's everything he could possibly want. But as we can see, he's becoming quite obsessed and engrossed. That he's starting to blabber tons as he goes through understanding all the deep knowledge and research that everything that's been recorded. Now, one important aspect, of course, to this. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Or were you just here?
Again, we can see he's losing a sense of time and everything else with it. Unfortunately, I cannot purchase everything that he owns, so I don't think we can get him to go crazy. Loki once again skips the lore. Shut up! Alright. Now, let us make sure I rest at the Dark Moon Tomb this time. You know what? Also, in case that happens again, it would probably be smart if I bring the corkscrew back up. So let's do that. Do these books bear the link to the trailer of ER's DLC? Nope. Unfortunate. But they do not. Oh, right. You can only bring it down. Alright. Alright, I don't think we have to worry about anything breaking yet, so we'll just go straight into the fight. Again, we talked about the Firstborn's ring, the dirty ring that seems to have been left here, next to the statue of Gwyn, down here in this chamber. We'll talk more about that once we beat this boss. Blah, blah, blah. But again, we go through the same cutscene. He shoots from his golden bow. Ow! Well. Now I know. No, wait, that's not what I want! Alright, we do this. So hoping I could get a little bit more on that lingering hitbox there. Now again, as we can see, Gwyndolin loves using his sorcery. Switches over back to his thing. was a little too close for him. There we go.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
Now again, he calls us a heretic or a one who is impious, an impious one. And again, this idea of swathed in dark, born from the dark. And he wishes a terrible curse, which you can argue we already have. I tried picking this game back up after a year and I forgot how hard it was. Yeah, that can happen. You can't get out of practice. But now we have Gwyndolin dead. And we can talk about probably one of the more important items of the game. There we go. The Soul of Gwyndolin. Soul of Dark Moon Gwyndolin, god of the dark sun and guardian of desert Anor Londo. Now, as we've talked about before, yes, Anor Londo was of course abandoned. Yes, Gwyndolin is this this Dark Moon god, though, if I recall correctly, the localization actually mixed this up. This should be Dark Sun Gwyndolin, god of the Dark Moon. If I recall correctly, this was actually a typo on the localization's part. But the idea, or they just misunderstood. But the idea, of course, is that he is he's the Dark Moon deity, right? He has this Dark Moon affinity, specifically Moonlight, as we'll see with some other items like his arrows and things like that. But the idea is that, okay, he is the son of the shadows, the shadow son, you might say, and this son of shadows' purpose is, or son in shadows, if you want to word it that way, either way, is the idea is that, of course, he is not as upfront and public as his more popular siblings or father. He is, of course, stands behind. Again, recall back to when we talked about the idea that the actual miracle image uses Gwyndolin, Gwyndolyn's image there, standing right behind Gwyn as he addresses the Silver Knights atop the rooftops at Anor Londo, showing off his Lord Soul and all that, right? And this becomes even more obvious in Dark Souls 3, where we thankfully get an upscaled version, so it's much more clearly, you can see the images. We also, of course, now get into one of the most important factors here with his soul, is the second part. Special beings and special souls use the soul of Gwyn's last board. Now, the term is youngest child. So again, this is the same term used in Dark Souls 3. I know there's been some confusion because of the way the localization changes these, but it is still the same term. Gwyndolin has always been the youngest child that Gwyn has sired. He's younger than any other possible children that may be introduced in a future sequel of Dark Souls. Not like Dark Souls has any sequels, right? There's only the one. Now, the important thing here, though, is that this is also the first time in the Japanese version that the game uses he, or him. This is important because up until this point, in the Japanese script, the game has been intentionally avoiding using pronouns with regards to Gwyndolin. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. So all the, like it says here, of course, his followers are few, but as I talked about when we last got this item, this his is not, in fact, there in the Japanese script. Again, it's something that you would normally just sort of infer based on gender-neutral or absent language about what a character has, because it's not really relevant to know what the gender of a person is until, like, it somehow, you know, becomes relevant, because, you know, I don't know, going to, like, a male bathroom or something, right? Like, then you probably want to clarify that. But the point is that the language can get by without having to outright state this in most cases. But then, of course, there's a marked shift after you, of course, defeat the boss. You have a boss named Gwyndolin, which is, of course, a derivative of the name Gwendolyn, a female name. He is a character who, of course, sounds very androgynous, and, of course, dresses very feminine, as, of course, the armor set we can now get for him will highlight. The point being, of course, is that Gwyndolin is, of course, supposed to be mistaken for a girl when you first encounter him. He is a classic example of otoko no ko. This is a concept in Japan which is a little difficult to translate, but it kind of more literally means like a girly boy, to vastly oversimplify. But the idea, of course, is that there is a male who is, for one reason or another, appearing as a female, whether usually this can be as simple as the character is simply cross-dressing. It can, of course, refer to things dealing with, of course, trans and LGBTQ and gender expression and sexuality and all that thing. It can extend to that, though, especially in fiction media, it is commonly simply used to refer to a male cross-dresser. Though again, there can be a lot more to it. In the case of Gwyndolin, of course, there's this idea that you have this male character being revealed to here that you thought was female. The idea then, of course, is highlighting with Gwyndolin is how he was, of course, raised as a daughter. How he was born a man, but he was essentially taught in order to act and present himself as a female. Would it change the lore if you just gave him a hug instead of killed him? No, he would just kill you, I'm pretty sure, Andy. The only change would be that your story would end. Now let's go back to the soul. So the idea, of course, here is this is supposed to be a much more impactful revelation than it is in the English localization because of just the nuances of the language. It is impossible to... I shouldn't say it's impossible, but it's incredibly awkward to try to translate that, assuming the localizers even noticed that that was the narrative intention in the writing. Because again, it's something that you could, especially with the way the localizers handle this, I wouldn't be surprised if they never picked up on it, because like, okay, yeah, well, it's normal not to see the pronouns, and then, you know, he chose to have it here, like, well, who cares, right? You have to kind of see it in the way it's being presented in the game to kind of get it as a player. Gods have no cure for testosterone deficiency. Yeah, so the idea is that Gwyndolin has, of course, as we can see, he's a very solemn and serious god, and part of that is that he's trying to present himself as a goddess. Now, of course, the question would then become, why was this so important that Gwyndolin had to be raised as a daughter? Why was this something that he was so concerned about? Now, again, we find several chests here. Wanted to just confirm. Again, we have these chests. Chests would, of course, be later added in Dark Souls 3, but they're not relevant for this discussion. They mostly just reinforce what we've already talked about. So, chest number 1. The armor. So again, we can see how the idea is that the Gwyndolin has possession of this brass armor. Again, we've talked about in past how important brass, bronze, all these all these copper derivatives are for the gods. They sort of associate that as a kind of like a holy metal in a sense, a traditional holy metal, I should be more specific on. So it's not surprised then that Gwyndolin would have some of the armor of that nature on hand. And as we can see, he would give it to at least certain knights, such as the Dark Moon Knightess, who, at least for his purposes, wants to hide her ugliness from becoming a firekeeper, probably for her peace of mind, but maybe also for those who have to, you know, look at her. Plus, it's practical armor, so that's good. As we can see, this chest is empty because, again, if there was the brass armor set in that chest, then it stands to reason that the same armor set might be found in the chest on the opposite end. And again, he gave that one armor to her, thus the chest here is already empty. We now then move on to here in the center, and what do we find? Miracle Sunlight Blade. Now, again, notice the flowers left on Gwyn's tomb, showing a lot of respect. We, of course, have a chair. Promotional images would have Gwyndolin, and concept art would have Gwyndolin seated in this chair. There may have been more plans for this, but it is clearly obvious that this is simply to showcase how Gwyndolin is essentially living down here. Now, we do not find a room for Gwyndolin up top. However, we do know that he was not always in this tomb chamber, so it's likely, again, much like other aspects of this game, where the developers only show you what is absolutely necessary. We don't have a room for Gwyn, or a room for Gwyn's queen, or various other, you know, important figures. We have a very condensed version of what the developers want to show for the storytelling. So we probably aren't going to see Gwyndolyn's room up in the royal manor up top. And, of course, he ultimately moves down here, so it's not really an important piece of the story to tell anyway. The point, of course, however, is that Gwyndolin eventually does, of course, move down here to his father's tomb after it is constructed, and we can say this was specifically after the firstborn had already been in the tomb. We can see he has the respect to put it in the chest. It is a miracle, of course, of sunlight and holy and all that, but he has removed it from where it was originally right over here, where it was originally placed. There is. Sunlight Blade. So again, this was a miracle of Gwyn's firstborn. Again, the idea is you, of course, put sunlight, lightning onto the weaponry. Though the lightning aspect of this becomes more obvious in later iterations of this spell, but again, this is not the Dark Souls 3 lore play, so we shall keep ourselves on topic. The power of sunlight, manifested as lightning, is very effective against dragons. When the eldest son was stripped of his deific status, he left this on his father's coffin, perhaps as a final farewell. So, basically, what we have here is the Sunlight Blade is written in the Japanese to mirror the Dark Moon Blade you can acquire from Gwyndolin. They have very similar, sort of styles in how they're written and structured. So sort of the idea is like, okay, you have the power of sunlight, in other words, lightning. Same thing, you have like sort of the power of the Dark Moon, or the power of vengeance. In other, the power of the Dark Moon, in other words, of vengeance, right? So the idea is that Gwyndolin has this Dark Moon power, which is associated with the idea of vengeance. Now, of course, vengeance could also be argued as a form of justice, but the ultimate idea is that it is a consequence. It draws to mind the idea of karma and things of that nature. Again, cause has an effect. You commit the crime, the Dark Moon is the effect, the consequence, the punishment, right? So there's these associations of the Dark Moon, of course, with that, which of course fits well with how it is, of course, related to the dark. Obviously, the dark is the consequence of light. So Dark Moonlight might be seen as sort of a karmic consequence in that nature. And obviously, we can have our spell become more powerful as we hunt more through with the power of vengeance and of that nature. Sort of the more we accumulate, the more that empowers the further vengeance that we will inflict upon enemies. Now, on the question of the sort of where does the Dark Moon originate from in a family of sunlight gods, well, we now have to go through a few things regarding Gwyndolin. We can acquire, of course, his armor set, which again talks about how he is, of course, raised as a daughter due to his moon power. So the idea is that, okay, so because he was born with this moon affinity, specifically a dark moon affinity, he ended up being raised as a daughter. Well, this doesn't seem to be simply a custom thing, as we know, because Guinevere is perhaps the most feminine god that we ever get to meet or hear talked about, besides maybe Fina, in the game. And yet, obviously, she is strongly associated with sunlight as well. So clearly, there's not this exclusive idea or this weird cultural concept of, oh, well, if you have, like, sun, you have to be more masculine, and if you have moon, you have to be more feminine. That obviously doesn't make much sense in the context of their culture, especially with how universal sunlight is. But when you have a daughter who is... when you have a daughter instead of a son, that changes the line of succession, obviously. If Gwyndolin is publicly known as a man, that means he is the second prince. Therefore, he is someone who is second in line to the throne after Gwyn's firstborn. Now, we've talked about previously the idea that Gwyn's firstborn would, of course, naturally take over after Gwyn leaves. And, in fact, we see much evidence to this in the fact that, well, Gwyn's crown is bereft of power when he gave out all his power to the clan and when he was leaving already. So this idea that it became merely a symbol of Gwyn, it has no actual authority or political power backing it. As a result of that, the idea is, of course, that the firstborn took over. Well, what happens if something happens to the firstborn? Say he gets kicked out in the future, or he gets killed in battle or something. Well, then now Gwyndolin is the next in line. And do you want someone with a Dark Moon affinity, like Gwyndolin? Would the gods be willing to accept something like that as their king? Well, we start seeing a problem there. Because what is the Dark Moon? Where does it come from? How was Gwyndolin born? There's a huge emphasis placed on Gwyndolin being a legitimate god as the son of Gwyn. That should be self-evident. Of course he is. I mean, pretty much all children of medials, Priscilla included, as we see. There's an achievement, of course, in Japanese that directly clarifies that, much like the god Gwyndolin, the god Priscilla is a defeatable enemy. So there's the idea that just because Priscilla's a half-dragon doesn't seem to stop her from being counted among the gods as far as status is concerned, even though she's only got one god parent. Well, technically two, but but we obviously see it as a dragon, so there is a little bit of complicating factor there. Then you, of course, have Gwyndolin. Okay, so, well, he's a legitimate god. Well, why do you focus that? Because he is most likely illegitimate as a child. as we, of course, established, Gwyn has his children of firstborn Guinevere, and as Dark Souls 3 would reveal, there'd be a third one named Filianor. Gwyndolin is then the youngest, and he seems to be born long after the others. Why? Why was he born so long after everyone else? Why is it, well, Gwyn finally does the jiggity with his wife. Or did he? Because the Dark Moon affinity would naturally be some combination, well, it's Dark Moonlight to be specific, but the Dark Moon affinity specifically would be a combination of Moonlight and Dark. Well, we have a Dark Moon type of figure with Priscilla. You get cross Seath's Moonlight magic, get the Dark, okay, now you get something that's more like a true Dark with her life hunt ability that we get, right? Well, now, what happens if you cross that with Sunlight? Well, suddenly, you would have powerful Sunlight affinity, say from the King of the Gods Gwyn with his Light Soul, and then you would have a this Dark Moon power that comes from Priscilla, and now you produce a god with this Dark Moon affinity, specifically Dark Moon Light. So that Dark gets a little bit more light added to it, at least. So it's not true Dark, per se. It's very close to Dark. It has maybe some Dark elements. Dark Souls 3 expands on that. But it is ultimately something a little distinct, but it has these similar connotations and overlaps in terms of what we can see with the powers and this idea of consequence and things of that nature. So it's very different. Now, of course, the implication would be, oh, Gwyn and Priscilla. So Gwyn is screwing his son-in-law's daughter. Again, the idea that Seath marries Guinevere. Of course, Shira is a Dark Souls 3 child, but of course, Seath then cheats on Guinevere with Velka to sire Priscilla, and now Gwyn is siring Gwyndolin with Priscilla. This would, of course, explain why Gwyndolin, of course, has his snake legs. They are, of course, a very distinctive feature of him, not shared with other medials, and, of course, suggests that he is, of course, not a pure blood god, and adds to this implication. Again, snakes are imperfect dragons, right? They are they are failed to become proper, true dragons. So you have this idea that, okay, what if you have a half-dragon and a pure-blooded medial, and you cross them together, and, of course, there's this strong sunlight element, which, of course, detracts from that rock element that would be in, say, the moon affinity that Priscilla would have. Well, now you get a Dark Moonlight and these sort of bastardized forms of dragon traits which are appearing on Gwyndolin. So you kind of see how it's all sort of flowing together. All of this is to simply say that Gwyn, most likely, and later would be confirmed in Dark Souls 3 with different children whom Priscilla would sire and would be younger siblings to Gwyndolin, would have screwed Priscilla. Now, their wonderful sex relations, considering Priscilla is, of course, still imprisoned. She's not the new queen of Anor Londo. It doesn't even explain what happened to the old queen, though, but we'll get to that. She's not, of course, very happy. She doesn't seem to have any concern or about seeing or talking to her child ever again. She's only concerned about her own safety, because clearly people have tried to want to kill her. You can argue maybe this was all done for her protection, but considering that we have the whole scandal with Seath, and considering what we have with Gwyn, it's more likely that these were less than willing relations that were being shared, which resulted in a love child, and Gwyn being Gwyn, well, he's not going to get rid of something that came from his loins. And so brings Gwyndolin, again, much later down in the timeline. Again, obviously, Guinevere and Seath have to be married before he can cheat on her, and then they can have their child, their illegitimate child with Velka, and then that child has to at least grow up to be old enough so that way she could produce a child, da-da-da-da. And so eventually, we get the idea that Gwyn may have, had essentially had some unwilling relations with Priscilla much later in the timeline, had a child, and brought him into the royalty. And of course, in order to help lessen any scandal over this whole child, it would simply be like, okay, yes, he's got the Dark Moon affinity, but don't worry, he's a she. She, this wonderful princess I had, is the last in line for the throne. Obviously, even lower than Filianor, as Dark Souls 3 would reveal, on the totem pole. So you'd have to go firstborn, Guinevere, and then Gwyndolin, which feels pretty safe, all things considered. Now, of course, this puts a awkward position on Gwyndolin, who's essentially forced to essentially constantly try to live up to being like his father and siblings, who of course have the more obvious sunlight, and of course look quote-unquote normal compared to him. He's also, of course, having to live with the idea that he needs to constantly act and behave like a she. If we look closely at Gwyndolyn's model, we will even see breasts are present underneath his clothing, something at least resembling them, whether you could argue that's illusion or some fake silicon thing or something. Like it's silicon in Dark Souls, lol. The point is that these are something which, of course, we would not see with the Gwyndolin model used in Dark Souls 3 later, when he, of course, removes that aspect of his life and tries to cut it off to some extent. But the point, of course, being is that Seath, Gwyndolin has essentially been trying to live with sort of this awkward identity he has as both an illegitimate child, a product of rape, of course, an unusual like half-breed, a sort of awkward, sort of like can't like sort of embrace his true gender and sexuality and things like that. So that's a lot of baggage to deal with. For I can imagine anyone, especially a god in royalty who is essentially constantly trying to shadow his father. We see this, of course, with the helmet. There is a statement about the great faith required to wear this. Now, there is no actual faith requirement. Maybe there was a plan at some point, and that description is just sort of left over from then. Nonetheless, this idea that you need great faith to wield this crown of the dark sun, this sun in the shadows, sort of highlights how he needs to put so much extra faith compared to everyone else in Gwyn, in the gods, in the powers of sunlight. He needs to go to the extra mile in order to prove himself, considering that he is, of course, a unwanted child in many respects. Now, Chad, it's okay. She was happily married with Gwyn, and they divorced in agreement because things weren't working out. Yeah, let's think of happier relations in our dark fantasy story. Not everything has to be mean and depressing, right? There we go. Question: if Priscilla got molested in the painting world, why would she ever consider the place kind and friendly? Because Gwyn's not from the painting world. He's an outsider, like all the other people that Priscilla fears and worries. Again, hence why we see... One, it would explain why she was given a scythe during her stay. Hey, mommy wants to make sure you're protected now and into the future. And two, and we'll get to the Velka angle in a second, but two, because again, she specifically talked about the inhabitants. Again, the residents of the painting are peaceful and kind, at least to her. They just want to all live together in happy harmony, as Dark Souls 3 would later expand upon, much later on. Gwyn is not a resident of the painting, nor is he a particularly good person, as we can see. Which mods are focused on Velka? I can't remember the exact names off the top of my head, Peddler, but I would say probably anywhere between the Sen's Fortress ones up until the Ornstein and Smo would probably be where the most references would be. But now back to actually, yeah, I think so. I think we did Painting World before Ornstein and Smo, right? Anyway, to move on to less depressing subjects, or well, kind of depressing but less one. We have, of course, Mama Bear Velka. Now, Velka, of course, is in charge of protecting her child and all this, but, you know, there's only so much you can do about a king, especially if he suddenly decides he wants to do these things to her daughter. But that doesn't mean that she necessarily will forget. Now, we've alluded to previously this idea of how strange things always seem to happen with Velka. We find her suggestions that she had a presence, or her servants did at least, again, so some sort of presence in Izalith before it had become subject to the God's War. We see the ring of sacrifice, of course, related to Velka and her followers there. Of course, the same rings we, of course, see in New Londo, along with statues of Velka with her child and things like that there. We, of course, can see, of course, much with both between Firelink Shrine and other things. And, of course, in all these cases, there's the hanging question about Velka's dark affinity. She is a god related to the dark. She likes to study the dark. She's very interested in the dark. She's the resident dark expert among a bunch of sunlight gods, and she seems to be the sole person who is sort of tolerated for that. There are reasons we could get into, but that I'm going to not include for this lore play. That is something for maybe something more casual we can do in the future. But suffice to say, the idea is that Velka is very much a very special case, and she's able to maintain, despite her scandals that she is involved in, a decent position among the gods, and of course has incredible influence, both in part for her knowledge and of course for, well, other reasons for the positioning. What then will Velka do if she cannot get to Gwyn directly? Obviously, she doesn't start a rebellion or anything we see in the lore. But we do see how those affiliated with the Dark, like her, and actively want to overthrow the gods, which ostensibly she does not. She is helping them facilitate their crime and punishment system in conjunction with her grandson, the god of the Dark Moon, Gwyndolin, right? We see this with the Book of the Guilty and the Dark Moon Knights and all that, right? So all that's being done. But, you know, maybe Koth targeting New Londo and so easily getting access to the Four Kings and nothing getting done about it in time before the Sealers ended up doing something about it might have not been so accidental with Velka in charge. And you know, it's rather convenient that Islith decides that she's going to rebel against the gods even if the first flame was about to, like, go out. It's like, hey, you know, now, right before the first flame's about to go out, let me just kind of break away from this alliance thing that we've had going good for so long at this point. I could just, like, you know, wait till long after anything, but you know what, now's a good time. And you know what, I have this good fowl, this witch Velka, who's around, or at least some of her servants are there at the time, probably, you know, just doing some casual witch talk about knowledge and sorcery and stuff. You know, maybe that's not so accidental. And you know, maybe the fact that a giant crow is bringing you to Firelink Shrine is also not so coincidental. And sure, that helps the firelinking, it certainly does, no doubt. But, you know, maybe there be an undead who decides, you know, I'm gonna go off the beaten path. I'm not gonna just blindly follow what the gods want. I'm gonna go, you know, down these ruins of undead into New Londo. And, you know, maybe I will, you know, kill the sealer who holds the key there. Maybe I will kill the Four Kings. And what do you know? There's this Koth guy down here. So there's a lot of suspicious tones going around with Velka, which, of course, tons of plausible deniability on her part. There definitely is. But which might sort of explain why certain things keep happening under her watch, if she might have more than a little chip on her shoulder about what her king did to her daughter after everything else she did in order to try to protect said daughter. So just trying to throw that out there. So there's a lot there to sort of talk about and expand upon. But of course, Abyssal Archive goes down that rabbit hole more fully, and with, again, probably more evidence that I'm forgetting off the top of my head. Let's now bring things back from Gwyndolin and his problems to what started us on this tangent, which was, of course, this miracle. No, over here. The Sunlight Blade. There's this huge mirror being done about how Gwyndolin is the vengeance, and this Sunlight Blade is sort of being worded the same way. That structure may itself be intentional, but suffice to say, the idea is that the Firstborn left this on top of the coffin when he was leaving after being essentially thrown out. He was no longer a god. They were deposing him, removing him of his status. Again, this idea that after Gwyn is gone, most likely the Firstborn took over. Again, Dark Souls 3 reaffirms this. He becomes the god, and he's the one in charge and ruling. He's the one who's in charge when Seath goes crazy, and then isn't able to breach Seath's defenses. He's the one in charge when the blacksmith deity, of course, gets killed as a result of Seath, we were saying earlier. And now all these Titanite demons show up, and he's now forced to deal with those. He's the one who has to oversee, of course, the blacksmith deity's wake and his burial and all that stuff. He's the one who then, after this, very swiftly, is getting deposed, thrown out, expelled by the gods. They don't want him. And of course, the gods themselves will ultimately leave with all the other chaos going on there, and Gwyn will be able to go with them too. Well, we got a bit of a problem here. What is it that was so bad that the gods would throw out their own king? That they would rebel against that? Was it just because he was doing bad with his management? Maybe. But remember what we talked about earlier, that very peculiar case of Hellkite. And how, when we went over to see Hellkite seemed to be acting with the purpose of defending the altar of sunlight, specifically, and those worshippers there who had ended up, unfortunately, hollowing in their isolation, trying to escape from all that. Obviously, their shrine was destroyed to their firstborn. So it would suggest that the Hellkite, on behalf of Gwyn's firstborn, is acting in their defense. Obviously without purpose now, but still to a point there. Undead Parish? Yeah, I think Undead Parish would be the one, right? Actually, no, it'd probably be better if we go from Undead Burg, but whatever. There we go. Actually, no, we go up here. There we are. So there's the idea then, of course, that dragons, and the firstborn would be a dragon-slaying war god, are collaborating with the firstborn. And why is it that Sunlight Blade is the miracle that was left as the parting words to his long-dead father at his tomb before he seemingly willingly just left? He was like, okay, you all want me gone? I have no allies here. No one's supporting me. I guess I'll just leave. I'll just say my goodbyes and go. Now, Gwyndolin would then move into this mausoleum apparently afterwards. And obviously take such issue with his brother leaving that on his father's tomb, which as we can see is very protective of the tomb. And he makes no mention of his brother. He only brings up, of course, his sister and father. That he would take the miracle off the tomb and just put it in a chest because, you know, it's still a holy miracle and all that stuff. But it's not appropriate that that was left there. It's a terrible message, apparently. What makes it so bad? Well, what if, after everything that happened, everything with the fire linking, all the failed attempts in New Londo, and as we'll talk about with Ulasil, with the issues with Seath that were now happening, the issues with the blacksmith deity, and what if the firstborn lost faith in linking the fire and decided, you know what, this fire linking thing, it's not working. You know, Dad had this big plan. I know. We've been trying to work it out. I know he entrusted me, along with my brother, Gwyndolin, in order to sort of, or I guess you might say sister, but you know what I mean. The idea, so we have been working this out with Gwyndolin, but you know what? It just doesn't seem to be happening. We just can't seem to get this fire linking system thing to work out. So, maybe, what if we try an alternate solution? What if I propose we, I don't know, became dragons? Dragons are eternal. We wouldn't really matter then so much what's going on with the fire, because, you know, whether or not there's sunlight or not, you know, we'd still be dragons. We'd be eternal, stone, scaled, poor Seath, dragons. And by undergoing this draconification, which of course we see examples of with the undead going to worship the ancient dragon, of course, in Ash Lake, it's totally possible for us to be able to reach this sort of enlightened state and be beyond all these troubles with sunlight. Now, of course, we have a very proud race who have used and relied on the powers of sunlight this entire time and have more or less stuck to it. We have, of course, the fact that they use dragons, as we see with New Londo, as servants or pets, or at best steeds, as Dark Souls 3 would later expand on. These are not creatures which they would consider equals. And especially after what happened with Seath, the one god who, by the will of their king, made them equals. Because again, going back to that whole idea with the marriage, why have Seath's relation status as a outside relative to the king be tied to his capacity as the Duke? Because how are you going to justify giving Seath all these noble titles? Well, if he's not just this dragon who betrayed his kind in order to help us, but is the king's son-in-law, and a son-in-law to a king would naturally receive a high title as a duke, then all of that can be justified. So this was something that, say, maybe Havel wouldn't be happy with, but he could accept it. But you know what Havel and the other gods might not be so keen on? That after that one god, who their last king, who they love so much, kind of betrayed them, and went kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and now you're saying, hey, why don't we be that? it's not. It probably is not going to go over well. It's probably not the most, politically savvy idea for our war god to have done as the king. And it explains why there'd be such a radical reaction to simply remove him from power, even though they didn't really have a proper successor. The one who we see ultimately fills in the void, Lloyd, who of course stands to benefit from the whole exterminating the firstborn in all records and sort of kind of disgracing him entirely, obviously, as he's now become the chief god, the all-father, in the firstborn's absence. Even though, as we see in Dark Souls 3, the firstborn still considers himself the true king of Anor Londo, but that's neither here nor there. So we can see the idea how the firstborn willingly would leave as the will of the other gods who are so radical against him, despite the fact that they go to such extreme measures, and obviously he is a war god. He could arguably have taken it by force, but he seems to respect their position and say, you know what, I will leave. Maybe they'll change their mind in the future. Obviously, they don't. But of course, once he's gone, they're now left in an awkward position where, of course, they have all these problems with the Titanite demons, with Seath, and all this going on. And there's no king, and you know what? Now Lloyd is sort of going out there, and he's sort of asserting himself as that, maybe we should just, abandon our city of Anor Londo, go out into the world of man, and just live among our human subjects where, it's generally safe and peaceful. Lloyd has carved out a sanctuary, essentially, for us. And we'll have all these worshippers and stuff who absolutely love us and thing. And we're obviously filtering all the bad, terrible undead away over to Lordran, which, of course, is the place that we're already trying to leave anyway. Alright. If Velka doesn't help Gwyndolin, couldn't that just increase the Age of Dark's likelihood? Yes, but it would also out her that she's not being cooperative, and thus turn her into an enemy of the gods to be hunted herself. So again, what I'm insinuating with Velka is that she's essentially playing both sides. She likely is in league with Koth and wants Koth to win, and Dark Souls 3 sort of expands on these little hints and insinuations, you might say. Again, that's something that I would love to cover on my website one day, and maybe in a Dark Souls 3 book, but we're not, again, Dark Souls 1 lore play. But all of this is to say that she wants all this stuff, but she can't do it while outing herself that she is, in fact, on the side. So she's kind of a double agent, is what I would say is the best way to think of her. Sure, she's doing these things to help the gods, she's doing this stuff there, she's doing her role. But while she's doing her role, she's now in a critical position to sabotage that role, like we see with New Londo, like we see with with the potential of the Giant Crow and stuff with Undead Burg and stuff like that, right? It doesn't have to be major things, it doesn't have to be explicit things, it can be subtle things, it can be even things that are left to chance. Because, you know what? Eventually, sometime, it might work. And she's got all the time, as we can see across 3 games. Everyone else being uncooperative with Gwyndolin, I don't know if Velka would be singled out here. Define being uncooperative with Gwyndolin. Again, with the idea of all the gods leaving, including Guinevere. Gwyndolin and Frampt are still doing the job. It's not like they need anyone else to be doing stuff in order to facilitate this. You don't need the other gods present in Anor Londo in order to fulfill the Fire Linking mission. You don't need Guinevere to be there when an illusion is able to do her same job. Lloyd is still helping out with helping capture and hunt down the undead. And many of those in the world of man are being sent over and filtered into the Fire Linking system. The undead mission with which Lloyd has the clergy focus on is, ostensibly, in order to aid helping create the undead heroes who would fulfill the Fire Linking mission with the empowered Estes and all that. So the idea that they are not cooperative, and Velka's alone here, not really. She's perhaps uniquely cooperative with Gwyndolin. That's because of her specific duty and what she's fulfilling outright. And plus, a close relationship with Gwyndolin ain't a bad thing, as Dark Souls 3 would later showcase. Anyway, I've rambled enough on all this. There's only one more thing I'd want to focus on, and of course, is what may have occurred to Gwyn's queen. Now, Dark Souls 2 does sort of expand on the idea that Gwyn went through a period of great sadness and anger at a time, which led to him lashing out, as reflected in that miracle, though I don't remember what it was. Was it, not Ball of Lightning? Maybe that was the effect of it, but... Anyway, there was, in fact, allusions to this, that there was a terrible period in Gwyn's life. We don't see much of that in Dark Souls 1, outside, of course, of this proposed terrible situation happening to Priscilla, And most importantly, of course, the idea that it would ultimately sire a child. Why was Gwyn just deciding randomly one day he was going to go and do that to a helpless prisoner? Well, probably because, one, she is this quote-unquote helpless prisoner, and because he himself was going through a very rough emotional time and he needed a quote-unquote outlet. Would be what I would posit. We do know that there's, of course, the greedy who have become the chests that we see around Anor Londo, etc. Although the term used is, of course, they were, banished or exiled, obviously, despite being gods. The term for banished or exiled can have a secondary connotation where it's not a literal exile, but just a removal of status, which hence the god reference. So again, they are being expelled from the pantheon, even though it's like, oh, well, you can't just expel us, we are gods. Like, well, yeah, we can. Because you are terrible criminals who were greedy. Now, what does it mean to be greedy among the gods? Obviously, greed is heavily associated with man and the dark and all these terrible things. But what was it that gods would be greedy about when they're living lives of luxury up there in Anor Londo? Well, as we know, souls are incredibly in high demand. That is the currency there. Of course, souls are also incredibly powerful and, of course, have a symbol, are, of course, derived from the idea of political power. We, of course, also see the idea of these greedy, of course, wanting not only more souls, as seen with the actual helmet effects, but also just the general idea that they, of course, were essentially shooting too high, and so have been punished and branded this terrible punishment. So they definitely pissed off the powers that be in order to be, instead of just, executed by Smo, to be essentially forced to live forever as security chests. This leads to an interesting dilemma of what was it? Well, maybe, and again, this is very speculative. What if the greed was focused on trying to take over and essentially start a coup during that golden age of the gods? Things are nice and they're peaceful, but you know what? We don't need Gwyn anymore. We don't need the current royal family. Wouldn't it be better if maybe we were the ones in charge? If something like that were to occur, it's easy to see how Gwyn's wife might end up being caught up in, say, some assassination or other type of chaos that might have happened during this period of otherwise peace and prosperity, and lose her life. That would, of course, anger Gwyn, because she seems to be a woman who he sincerely loved from what we can see, had several children, of course, with her. Again, no infidelity we can identify outside of Priscilla. So then it's quite possible that this was the situation which Dark Souls 2 would later label as a great time of grief and anger, which of course resulted in the horrible, horrible circumstances for Priscilla herself and led to the birth of Gwyndolin. Now again, I don't want to sort of harp on that. Abyssal Archive does cover this scenario probably a little bit more eloquently than I, but it just sort of gives one of the possibilities of why we don't see this queen leave any other impact or influence at all during any of these events we've talked about up until now. Now, with both Gwyndolin and Seath dead, we've now covered a lot of the most major points in terms of the main story, so we can now focus on the DLC, and hopefully I can give myself some vitality over the course of this DLC, because oh boy, I'm squishy. But yeah, we do have the... We've picked it up already, but let me double check. Broken pendant, yeah. Perma-killed undead can't exactly travel to Lordran and link the fire. If you're a hollow, you're not very useful for linking the fire anyway. So not really a problem. Again, we see what happens to regular undead. Hollows, though, is very different. The Way of White doesn't have issue with having regular undead, as we see, of course, with Rhea and company. But when you're a hollow, there's no saving you. The only thing you can do is hunt them, as again, those characters will point out themselves. Now, what's a good place to do this from? I kind of think Firelink Shrine, but no. Let's go Undead Parish, yeah. I was thinking maybe if I go for, like, Undead Verg here downstairs and, like, do from that bonfire, but yeah, I think this is the better option. Let's also repair our stuff so that way we don't have to worry about this.
Well, need it.
Let's see. Repair equipment. DLC time! Yep, DLC time. I don't think we're gonna need Havels again, but who knows?
Go get yourself.
Yeah. Do we have any other souls? Only Gwyndolins, but I'm not going to use his in the future, so... And you know what? Let's go back to Firelink quickly so we can drop off the Dark Moon Nidus' soul. I don't know if we can up... Yeah, I think we can maybe upgrade ourselves to +5, right? So, I think it should still be fine. There we go, my last bit of strength, so... I'm gonna now focus on actually surviving. I know, crazy. My dex build became a strength build. Warp, Firelink Shrine. Let's also talk to our good pal here.
Hello again.
Hello.
I have finally located my father. I was
Oh.
finally able to pass on my mother's last words.
Yay! Of course, we have Sieglind, of course, who came all the way over to see good old Dad, as the game is making a point of. There's this idea that she, of course, crossed all these mountains, even though she's not undead herself, in order to meet good old Dad.
My dad, he went on his final adventure.
Oh boy.
Don't worry. That's just the way he is. Undead or no. Sort of reassuring, really. He goes hollow. I'll just have to kill him again.
Now, as we see, Sigurd was able to hear his wife's final words to him. Granted, given that he is an undead, and that his daughter has come all the way over here to see him again, despite the fact that he is undead, in order to relay this message, it is likely something to the effect of, you know, I still love you, I miss you, it was great knowing you with our time together, because again, undead are sort of considered these monsters, and they're driven out of society, but what does that mean for some of the loved ones? Well, doesn't mean the loved ones necessarily stop loving them. Even if they are these even if their loved ones have become these unholy monsters, it seems that at least on her deathbed, Sieglind's mother wanted her to tell her father that type of message. So that's something we can imagine that she probably said to him. Either whatever the case, though, Sigurd has gone off on his final adventure, as he so loves to do, perhaps influenced by those words, maybe. And Sieglind mentions the idea of, oh, don't worry, if he does turn hollow, I'll just have to kill him again. This has often been misinterpreted as a statement regarding that she has killed him in the past and maybe is responsible for him dying and becoming undead as a result. However, the Japanese terminology used is more so of the case of, I'll just kill him as many times as it takes. A connotation that is used throughout this game, especially with Sieglind, if we say anger her and get her mad, and she kills us, she will say the same thing to basically say, hey, it doesn't matter if you get back up as an undead, I'll just kill you again and again as many times as it takes, right? So again, that is what she is meaning. She is not just casually admitting to murdering her father. She's just saying, well, if he's a hollow, it's fine, I'll just have to kill him as many times as it takes until he finally stops, you know, being a hollow, you know, he just stays dead. Classic story of dad went to get milk. Yeah, that's true. Loki, what purpose did the room that the Berg's Titanite demon spawned had? The purpose of that room is essentially that it is a church. If you look at the outlier and stuff, it is the old church connected to Ulasil. I think we've talked about this in one of the early episodes, but maybe I'm wrong. So just a refresher, again, the idea is that the Undead Berg, before it was created, there was already that church there, and when the current Undead Church was built along with the parish, as part of the Undead Berg, that was also essentially abandoned and left. But as we can see, it has the architectural similarities to the Ulasil ruins throughout Darkroot Garden, and so we can say quite confidently that this was an Ulasilian church that likely goes back to when humans were likely from Ulasil likely went to become servants of the gods, as we of course see with the catacombs, which we've talked about in a previous episode, of the Tranquil Walk of Peace that can be found buried there. You also of course have the fact that it's directly connected to Satan's Fortress, leading to Anor Londo and all that. So we have this idea that, okay, yeah, if you're coming to the church, you're like, hey, I want to go and serve the gods or whatever. Well, come right this way. We'll go through the back, and here's the road straight to the gods. Right, we're right down. It's right back here, and you can, go through whatever process they required for that sort of thing.
Oh, hello. You made it. Then let us begin. As promised, I shall bequeath Master Logan's sorcery to you.
Yeah, so he's also not going to leave before we learn everything from him, so I guess that's good.
Goodbye, then.
Yeah. And last thing I want to do before we go in the DLC, let's go back to Seath's archives, and this time we're going to go up to Logan's room to go through the items to reinforce one last point before we head off into the DLC. Also, Loki, regarding the sea in Dark Souls, there's a painting in Guinevere's room of a random island. Can it just be an island on a random lake? Sea, after all, only came to be in DS2. Well, that would actually be a good argument against the sea necessarily existing in DS2, but I'd have to look closer at the painting, like how big it is, how relevant it is. That'd definitely be a good thing to look at closer, Nobre. But yes, we don't see any oceans in Dark Souls 1, which does lead to question if it necessarily exists. But if there's a painting of it, that might lend credence to that it did. As we can see, Guinevere likes to surround herself with a lot of images of landscapes and scenery and nature, so... Okay. Oh! There we go. Wait. Wait! Am I crazy, chat? Did I miss something? Oh! Ow. Ah, yeah, I did. I missed the lever. Whoops. I was like, wait a second, where's the lift? Don't get yourself killed. Yeah, I didn't. Are the undead hunts only for hollows? The Orland missionaries are only sent from undead clerics in their own hierarchy, too. We know that they are undead hunts, but we also know that tons of undead, including undead among the clergy and other classes and races, are also sent over into, again, like we see with the undead prisons and things. So clearly, it's not just a way of life principle to just kill the undead. There are plenty who are following the legend, which is, again, propagated and circulated in the world of man, such as with the Xavier example of Oscar's family. So yes, it's very likely that the undead hunts are specifically for undead who are either hollows or otherwise openly, impious against the gods and things. For example, we know that the undead merchant of the Undead Burg, before he came to the Undead Burg, was used to being, as an undead, pelted with stones and things of that nature, receiving discrimination, but obviously they're not going to so far as to just outright kill him. They're not, necessarily mobbing to make sure that he will necessarily, die in a more efficient manner than, typical persecution stuff that you see. Obviously, you can die from, stones being thrown at you. I'm just pointing out, it's not necessarily organized hunts in the same way that the Way of White handles them. And clearly, it's not a Way of White policy of, if you see an undead, just kill it. We should probably rest there, too, huh? Now, I want to finish this up so that way we can go to the DLC and at least get started on the Sanctuary Guardian. Of course, whether or not we kill it, I don't know if we'll do that this episode, but we'll have covered everything that I wanted to, so that's what matters to me. Oh! Damn. Damn. I'll take it. Just bring this thing down. That's all I ask. The merchant might not be from Thorland, though. That doesn't matter. Where did I require he be from Thorland? The undead hunts occur are widespread. That's why that the Way of White is so popular across the world of man. They're not just a Thorlin thing. In fact, a huge point, especially in later games, is made about how the undead hunts are now gone. And they're just no longer the policy of the Way of White. The Way of White isn't just limited to Thorland. It's all around. It's the mainstream religion. It's the main church. Yeah. Again, I gotta rest here. Again, I'm so used to Dark Souls 3 and other games that it's weird to have to actually rest after you've been warped to a location. It's like, yes, of course I want to be here. It doesn't work this way either. That stupid chair. It's like the Demon Souls chairs with good old Fool's Idol. Also, stay hydrated, chat. I have not been alerting you about staying hydrated while I hydrate myself. Truly, I am a terrible streamer. Ow. Piece of shit. There we go. Damn. Oh, damn. You're so slow, my man! Okay, fine. We're gonna do this then. This is why I don't parry, chat. Just kill the thing. Why bother parrying? Now again, now that Seath is gone, because he went to go chase us, we can see how someone else seems to have been here before us. In its place, we find this chest with a large magic ember. Ooh, that's very powerful magic there. Which, of course, we can give to good old Griggs. No, sorry, not Griggs. Rickard, my bad. Oh, no, that's not the ember. I'm blind, chat. That's why I shouldn't be trying to look at chat while... There we go. So again, we can see this thing of a very powerful magic ember has been brought. Something that we can only trust the blacksmith of Vinheim to handle. Namely, Rickard. We can also see up here, Soul of a Great Hero. And we can, of course, find from, was it a mimic or a regular chest? I can't remember which, but either way, there was, of course, the spell that was used by a Vinheim sorcerer with a special mission, again, clearly to go to Seath's archives and probably collect his knowledge and stuff for the good of Vinheim. So you can kind of see how we have more examples of this happening here, of these people who, unfortunately, come here seeking knowledge and, well, they might get it. There we go. Hey, I haven't played in a while. I'm going to go back into it, but I forget the areas to go in order. Do you remember so I don't miss anything? Dark Souls 1 is very freeform. As long as you get to the 2 Bells of Awakening and then follow the directions that the big snake man tells you to go in, you'll find your way around just fine. So, like, don't worry about it, Andy. We're talking about Baldur now. So, the idea with Baldur, of course, is that there were these... an undead curse that got out of control. Now, the Night Scout would like to posit the idea that maybe that would be to tell us that there wasn't a strong presence of hunters, which might be true. But the Wave Knights can't be everywhere at once. Oh! And obviously, undead hunts are not necessarily foolproof to stop undead going out of control. I mean, if the entire... It'd be like saying, well... Zombie hunters are like, say, ubiquitous in, like, say, something like Resident Evil or something. Like, you have these people who go after these biological weapons that create zombies or whatever, but hey, zombie outbreaks are still happening. That's why you call in the experts. You're like, hey, there's this outbreak happening. Well, if they get there in time, maybe they can deal with it. Or maybe it's already too far gone and you can't. Such is the case of Baldur, perhaps. So yeah, it's not really good evidence to say, well, maybe they weren't around everywhere. They're not ubiquitous. It's like, no, the idea is that the undead hunts are there. That's why the Way of White's so popular. It's expressly why it's so popular. Alright, now let's go Undead Parish. And straight to good old DLC. Actually, happy I have 0 souls, because that means I have nothing to lose going into this boss fight. Zombie hunters tend to be small groups, if just singular experts and stuff like Resident Evil, though. And you think that every church across the world of man has an entire army of undead hunters to deal with any situation? I doubt it. Sure, in Thorland, there probably is a great many more clergy, warriors, and stuff. That would make sense. That's where they are. That's where Lloyd is. That's where he'd probably hand out his stuff and things. But the idea that it's just Thorland, when the entire point of Lloyd is promoting and bringing order to the world of man, yeah, call me skeptical. Nah, I'm just gonna do it in my one little city-state. Not worry about all the rest of the world of man. Just let the dark take over. Who cares? Just let them all get cursed. I could be an island. No break again. This is the Dark Souls 1 more play, so please keep all your questions and like commentary and stuff on the DS2 out of it as much as possible, if you will. Again, I don't want to derail the video series. Alright, now as we can see, similar to how we can free Dusk from a crystal golem back here, we will now find a corpse spawn with her ring thing here in this little cave. It's actually easy to forget this is a cave, all things considered. But the more important thing is this massive darkness. So again, we see the idea here that there's this dark portal which can take us traveling through time and space into the past. Albeit, the means with which we get there is not because we enter the portal so much as we are dragged in. There's this monstrous hand which grabs us from Manus. Now, fortunate for us, we do not die here, getting chewed up by that toothy maw of an appendage. Again, mandatory checkpoint system. So that way we can do all our things that bonfires let us do. But we apparently get dropped somewhere along the way here. It doesn't just drag us back to the owner of that hand. Rather, we end up in the outskirts of what was once Seal, and in the future, Gurgur Garden. We can see there's this creature called the Sanctuary Guardian. Now, the Japanese terminology does not actually use guardian. The word is more so a holy beast, sort of highlighting, of course, how... Oh! It has these... Oh! These powers. Oh. There we go. Damn! Not good enough. Oh no! Now this is a tail I will not be bothering to get, This is not important lore-wise. Just know that it does have a poison tail. It is a very odd chimeric creature, in the most literal sense. Ow. Ow, you stupid goat. Ow. Ow! Well. Ow! Damn. Yeah. This is gonna be a fun fight. Loki, it's a dragon. Oh, you're right. How could I be mistaken, Andy? Wings, snout, tail that can be cut. Clearly a dragon. Damn. Might be smart if I equip my poison stuff, honestly. Ow. 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 Damn. Let me heal, you piece of shit. Let me heal. I'll take the hit. Ow. As we can see, it uses the power of lightning, fitting a holy beast. There we go. Finally. Man, I gotta get used to the timing on that. You get me used to slow attacks, and now I gotta get used to fast ones. Ah! I'm gonna run out of Estus before this thing even gets to half health. I didn't want to jump there, but it works. Damn. It's fine, I'm already poisoned. You can't poison me a second time. Woo. Thankfully, this creature will die fast, as long as I can kill it. Ah, damn, that's bad. Damn, that's gonna kill me. Come on, charge me. I know you want to. You haven't done it in a while. Well, that's a charge, I guess. Ow! That hurts! Damn. Loki, do you know you're supposed to be hitting the boss, not drinking Estus in this game, right? Really? Jeez, I thought I could just drink Estus all my way to the final boss. That's crazy. You actually expect me to hit this thing? Alright, let's deal with the unrelenting lion. Again, I don't care about that because I have no souls to lose. Come on. A little early on that. Damn. I was hoping maybe I could get a few shots on that tail. Come on. Stop it, you piece of shit. Damn. I thought I had it wrong. But I had it right. Alright. Ow! Aw, oh, damn. It can hit you underneath it. Priscilla's dagger has infamously bad bleed buildup. Oh, wait, you're right. Wait. I was gonna say, I'm using it for the holy damage, but you're right. I forgot. They don't actually have the added modifiers in the DLC, so... Yeah, it's better to use this for the bleed. Dude, you'll have to fight two? No, we are not fighting two. That is not happening, don't worry. We're just doing the regular boss. I will not subject you to my awfulness. Ah, damn. Damn. Too early. Okay, come on. Take your Estus. Drink, boy! Damn, I thought I could get under him in time. There we go, and dead. Whew. Now, now that we can take the moment to breathe, for one, I will point you to look at the environment and notice the amount of destruction to trees and things. This may look like a small detail, but it is actually very important. One point being shown is with the soul. Now, the Guardian Soul is unique in that it actually... Stupid ambience. Shut up, you stupid frogs! Anyway. Oh, I forgot to deposit my Firekeeper Soul. Whoops, we'll do that off stream. Anyway, so the Guardian Soul is notable here because of its unique color. Now, up until now, boss souls have mainly stayed consistent. For one reason or another, they have mostly tried to stick with the idea that a boss soul looks like one singular representative GIF, right? It's larger, it has a more yellowish hue there, but it's sort of soft, it's still mostly white, and it is obviously supposed to be bigger and stronger for special beings who have that extra added strength, right? But this one, in Dark Souls DLC, and going forward in future games, we will start seeing Miyazaki and the Dark Souls developers at From Software toy with this idea of different colors to more accurately reflect the varying affinities of the souls beyond just the gradient of white to maybe more stronger, like a yellowish look, up to a flame with a Lord Soul, right? Instead, we see, of course, this idea of gold, which is very appropriate for the fact that the Sanctuary Guardian, again, this holy beast, uses the power of lightning, which is a holy power. Now, again, I pointed out the idea that this creature is somewhat of a chimeric monstrosity. We can see this with the idea that this white-winged lion is supposed to be watching over as a quote-unquote guardian of this sanctuary. Now, the term for sanctuary refers to a mausoleum, to be specific, and we'll see the reason for that when we head into the next area. But clearly the idea is that there is a mausoleum for burying people who is very important, and that this holy beast has been sent or delivered here, likely from the gods, to watch over it here in the country of Ulasil. Now, A point being shown here is how this lion is not just a lion, it has the traits of various other animals and creatures, and the description uses this to suggest that it may be something such as a demon, or at the very least it is close to demons. So this gives this implication that perhaps this, much like what we've seen elsewhere, this is a chaos demon who had received the powers of lightning from the gods, which would of course affect its soul, as a result of the war with Islith. Now, if you actually go into the game files, the Abyssal Archive also touches on this in its most recent edition. The Sanctuary Guardian is actually found in the Islith areas of the game. It is specifically sort of classified there when it was a cut enemy. What you will find is that a lot of minor, not plot significant elements of this DLC are in fact content recycled from the base game. We'll see this with Calamite and many others. But the idea simply being that the Sanctuary Guardian was once an enemy which would be encountered in Islith. It makes sense that likely it was developed with the intent of being another Chaos Demon, much like what we see with the Capra, the Goathead, or Taurus, the Bullhead, or Cowhead, or Bullhead demons, right? So you have this idea that, of course, you have a creature which is now being explicitly tied to demons, but is also shown to have a sort of holy streak. And so it seems like the developer's idea was, okay, these are other legacies of the war. This is, of course, also telling us that this is clearly taking place after that event 1,000 years ago with Islith, just to help kind of ground us into the period with which we are exploring the past. Again, it hasn't been explicitly told to us, but so a bit of a spoilers there. But I'm sure all of you watching me know that already. We can now go through these ruins. Again, note the environment. The description of the soul mentioned how this creature was in fact afraid and scared of the dark of the abyss, which seems to be the reason why this area back here has been so torn apart, and we will later find more Sanctuary Guardians who seem to also come here, so it seems to be they just are hanging around the area, and they are sort of spooked by the unholiness of the abyss. And that is causing them to sort of freak out, as we can see here. Obviously, we are an intruder, and they are a guardian, so natural. Now, this is around the same area of which we could meet Seath and find Artorius' grave. It is clear that before Artorius was buried here, this was in fact a mausoleum burying many others, as we will find the Ulyssilians. We can find the unique sort of gravestones here, resembling the human form. Sort of resembles humanity, if you think about it. But again, maybe I'm getting a little too far ahead of myself there. Or maybe not. Yep, nothing else here. Now let's focus on this. Embarrass the Abyssal Archive Young Dragon. What? I love the variety and the looks of boss souls. Yes, that is definitely a feature that is very nice to have going from this DLC onward, is being able to actually see the specific aspects where relevant, and more relevant specifically, be featured.
Well, look at this one. From what faraway age hast thou come? Thy scent is very human indeed, but not intolerable. Ah, Princess Dusk's savior. Thine aura is precisely as she described. I thank thee deeply for rescuing Her Highness, but Princess Dusk is here no longer, snatched away by that horrifying primeval human. And so I must ask, couldst thou once more play the savior? Thank you. Something of a godmother to Princess Dusk.
This is Elizabeth.
I shall assist thee to my utmost.
I'm being terrible today with
I
this.
am one with the sorceries of Urasil.
I'm just going to stop pressing buttons during this, clearly. That's a problem. So, again, we now have met...
Flames guide thee.
We'll talk about that in a sec. But we have now met this mushroom woman, Elizabeth. We have met the mushroom men, of course, in Darkroot Garden, and we see that they have existed even here in the past. She is rather unique among the ones that we have met, but she seems to still be the same species. She also showcases a peculiar ability of them. We've talked previously about the connection between the mushroom men and Ulyssilian sorcery, with, say, the golden pine resin and stuff, and why we find the pine resin from, of course, these quote-unquote mushrooms, these fungi. We can see the same idea brought here where this connection between light and time and the Mushroom Men is expressed in Elizabeth being able to essentially sense, through a quote-unquote scent, that we come from another age. That we are not from this time period, originally. And that we have found ourselves somewhere else. Someone else, I should say. We, of course, explained, oh, yeah, I'm like this person, oh, I saved Dust, blah, 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 and she's like, oh, I see, we're describing ourselves, I should say, and she's like, oh, yeah, you're Dust's savior. Dust described us to her, and so she knows what we look like, and who we are, based on what we essentially, from our interactions with Dusk. It turns out, though, Dusk has been, of course, kidnapped by Manus, the terrible arm that we saw drag us into the past, and we have been asked now, could you please, I beg you, save Dusk once more, and so we are.
Struggling, are we?
Oh, don't hesitate to ask her. She talks about how she is one with the sorceries of Ulasil, and we can see this with how she sells us gold pine resin, but we can also get, of course, gold repair powder. Now, again, repair powder is supposed to be this, again, golden, it's supposed to be a metal powder specifically, but again, the idea that it's a, the term for metal can also refer to gold here, so sort of gives you the idea that it's just this golden powder that is being used in order to, reverse the time on objects and things, hence we can use it for repairing. And again, we can see the same stuff that Dusk would normally sell us, she will also sell on our behalf. But I guess you could always...
May the flames guide
whether or not that is fully relevant, I will assume so for the sake of simplicity here. The statement, may the flames guide thee, I've talked about this in the past. This is something that in the main game is localized as Verior Nox, which is some butchered Latin supposing to mean fear the night. But the Japanese, of course, simply means, you know, by the guidance of fire, may the fire guide you, may you have the guidance of fire. There's multiple ways you can, of course, translate it, but the point is that ultimately it's the idea of you know, fire guide thee, fire guide you. Again, we see, again, this idea that Elizabeth speaks in a very formal, polite tone. This has been localized as Old English with her thees and thines and all that stuff. Again, just keep in mind that is not, in fact, intentional. We, of course, can see some of the white trees of Ulasil around here. We also see this sort of gravestone image, very similar to what Artorias has, with this mausoleum building here. So overall, we have a lot we can talk about. But that's going to have to be for next time. We're going to have to chat with Elizabeth a bit more before we go.
Struggling up.
Yeah. I want to get this out of the way so I don't forget next episode.
Thou shalt see further on, an abyss was begat of the ancient beast, and threatens to swallow the whole of Ulasil. Knight Artorias came to stop this, but such a hero has nary a murmur of dark. Without doubt he will be swallowed by the abyss, overcome by its utter blackness. Indeed, the abyss may be unstoppable. Still, I have faith that Princess Dusk may be rescued yet.
So we can again see how Elizabeth has already had contact with Artorias. Artorias has gone on to do the saving on before us, but she does not have any faith in him. She worries that he does not have any of the powers of dark with him. He's not a dark entity or anything like that. Therefore, it's very possible, at least to her mind, that he might be consumed by the abyss and be destroyed by it, that it is that threatening, because it is obviously not just any abyss, but an abyss which threatens to consume the entirety of Ulasil. This ancient beast she references this idea of a monster of ancient man, would be, to be, again, a bit more literal. So again, this isn't the idea that she's not, she's disregarding Manus's humanity. Again, she referenced the idea of him being an ancient man even earlier, which shows she knows quite a bit about him. It's just the fact that she simply considers him a bit of a monstrosity now, which is accurate enough, I would say. How many months until next episode, Loki? We will have an episode when they come.
Thou shalt see an abyss was night up without
blah, blah. Alright. There we go.
May the flames guide thee.
Again. And there we go. We've now covered this area. I'm actually going to use some of my humanity so we can buff this area up. Come on. Don't worry. One of these days, one of these days, they will let us have a remake that'll look much graphically superior to the remaster. And it will have all the features that let us be able to use multiple items at once and not just one at a time. Honestly, should have given it a third one. Might as well go all the way, right? Hello, Zune! There should be a mod for Dark Souls 1 that changes the translation to a proper one. See, that would be very difficult, though I guess with AI now, that is more viable of an option if modders so chose to go down that route, because you can, like, mimic the voice actors and sort of, you know, you don't have to go through that. Though, obviously, there are ethical issues there. That is not an endorsement. That said, I am happy that the Demon Souls localization saw many noticeable improvements with its remake, though obviously it wasn't perfect. Far from it. I would love to see that continue, and to a much greater degree, in a supposed Dark Souls 1 remake. Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 both received the worst localizations of the From Software Miyazaki RPG titles, if we were to call them that. I would love to see that rectified for each and every one of them as these games become more and more sort of antiquated and remakes become that much more wanted by the community in order to bring them to a modern audience. Do I have enough here? No. But the Guardian Soul might give me enough, so let's try that. I don't need this thing for anything. I'm not going to use it. I'm a knife man. Ah, yes! Vitality! What is this HP you speak of? Are you telling me I can have a lot of it? And not die as easily? To a freaking lion? Hey, you can at least adjust the text. We have an Italian mod for that, for sure, but I'm sure some people would feel weird if they're hearing the text say one thing, but reading it say something else. Again, I would like if an official localization with all the original actors who are, of course, still alive, available, not retired, etc., could come back and do the job again. And this time with a lot of these fixes. Again, I'm just a random person on the internet who's selling a book to you all. And while I'm doing my grift, I can at least pray that maybe, just maybe, that the community at large will start pushing for improved translations for their content of these games and the lore they so love, and that will then be reflected on the localizers who, under pressure, especially with popularity and awareness about some of their own mistakes in the past, will feel obligated, as the good people I'm sure they are, to ensure that those mistakes are corrected in any future localization effort. Will that happen? I don't know. Again, like I said, I'm just one person. But you know, we can always dream. I've been binging the whole Abyssal Archive playthrough. It's awesome to see more content. I'm so happy you're enjoying it. Again, everybody, you can check the links in the description. I'm going to actually probably update it to make sure that's consistent with the rest of the playlist, because I don't think I did that. Whoops. But yeah, check the link in the description to my website at least. You can go there, find the buy page. You can check out both Abyssal Archive and my more recent book, Demonic Archive, focusing on Demon Souls. I hope you guys benefit from them. They are a worthwhile purchase from what I hear, based on the feedback, and I'm very happy for those who've been joining me on the lore play as well to help hear it along the way. It has been a long journey to get to here, and there's still more that we need to do before we can finish. And again, I can only recommend that if you want the complete, best way that you can consume this content, better than this lore play, I can assure you, it's to purchase my book. But that's enough grifting for now. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you so much, and I hope all of you will come back for the next time. Goodbye.